If you stand on the courthouse square in Manchester, Kentucky, and just listen, the hum of traffic, the distant laughter from a storefront, they're just a thin veneer. Beneath that, there's an echo, a deep, cold resonance in the very ground beneath your feet. Because it was right here, on this patch of earth, that a man of God committed an unholy act in broad daylight. He took a life, and in doing so, held a mirror up to the soul of a time and a place known to history as Bloody Clay. The question that hangs in the air, even after more than a century, isn't just about the crack of the pistol that shattered the autumn quiet. It's about the man who pulled the trigger. How does a devout Methodist minister, a man sworn to peace, become a killer? And more chillingly, how does a jury of his peers look upon that act and call it justice? Today, we're going to listen to those echoes. These old bricks and this worn-down soil have a story to tell, and we are here to piece it together. To understand what happened on that courthouse square, you have to rewind the clock to 1899 and step into a world that feels both ancient and terrifyingly raw. This is Clay County, Kentucky. Deep in the Cumberland Mountains, cut off by ridges and creeks, this place had its own set of rules, and they were written in blood. The rest of America was looking forward to a new century of progress, but here, the wounds of the Civil War were still fresh, still weeping. They called it Bloody Clay, and it was a name earned through decades of ambush, assassination, and open warfare on the streets. The war had split this land down the middle, not just north and south, but neighbor against neighbor, cousin against cousin. The Baker clan, staunchly Unionist and Republican, found themselves locked in a bitter struggle for power against a formidable alliance of ex-Confederate families, the Howards, the Whites, and the Gilberts. This wasn't just about who sat in the courthouse. It was a feud over everything. It was about land, about the profits from the salt mines, and most of all, it was about honor. In these mountains, a man's honor was his most valuable possession, and an insult to it demanded a violent reply. In the middle of this cauldron walked Reverend George D. Baker. He was no backwoods preacher screaming at the sky. He was a respected traveling Methodist minister, a man whose words could soothe a grieving widow or inspire a congregation to grace. In a community held together by faith and family, the preacher was meant to be the moral compass, the peacemaker who stood above the endless cycle of revenge. He was the shepherd, meant to guide his flock away from the darkness. But George Baker had a second identity, one that was fused to his very bones. He was a Baker. He was born into the feud, raised on stories of kinsmen shot from their saddles or gunned down in town. The unwritten law of the mountains was absolute. Blood answers for blood. A man stood with his family, or he stood for nothing at all. Every day of his life, Reverend Baker walked an impossible tightrope, balancing the teachings of Christ's forgiveness in one hand and the heavy burden of his clan's honor in the other. His direct rival, the man who embodied everything the Bakers fought against, was Tom Howard. Howard was not just another feudist with a quick temper, he was the elected Clay County clerk. He held a position of legitimate power, controlling records, documents, and the official gears of local government. As a leader of the Democratic faction, he was the public face of the Baker family's oldest and deadliest enemies. And so, the stage was set. The town of Manchester was a tinderbox, and these two men were like sparks in the wind. Every time their paths crossed on the dusty main street, the air would grow thick and cold. It was more than a personal dislike. It was a collision of two worlds. It was the law of the state versus the law of the clan, the power of the vote versus the power of the gun. And in Bloody Clay, everyone knew that sooner or later, one of them would have to give way. The real work of understanding a story like this happens away from the courthouse square, in the quiet, dusty rooms where the past is filed away. It's a hunt through county archives, turning the fragile pages of old ledgers, the air thick with the smell of brittle paper and decaying ink. You're searching for more than just facts. You're looking for the voice of the time, a whisper from the world that was. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find it. In a collection of local papers from the turn of the century, I found this. It's a clipping from the Clay County Republican, dated just 2 days after the killing. The paper is yellowed and flakes at the edges, but the headline is bold and clear. A necessary act. Reverend Baker defends his life against aggressor. It's not a headline reporting a tragedy, it's a headline declaring a victory. Reading the article is like looking at a photograph where the focus has been deliberately blurred. It paints Tom Howard as a belligerent tyrant and Reverend Baker as a patient man of God pushed beyond his limits. It speaks of Howard's known history of threats and Baker's unimpeachable character. This isn't just a news report. It's a carefully crafted piece of propaganda written by Baker's political allies to control the narrative before the body was even cold. This single piece of paper proves that the shooting wasn't an isolated event born of a chance argument. It was the climax of a public and vicious feud that had been escalating for some time. This article is a weapon, fired in a war of words that was already raging. And it raises a chilling question. What were they fighting about? What was the final, unforgivable offense that pushed these two men from veiled threats and political maneuvering to a deadly confrontation in the street? That newspaper clipping was not the beginning of the story, but the result of a deliberate and escalating campaign. In the months leading up to that November day, the feud had shifted from simmering resentment to an open war of words fought in the pages of rival newspapers. The Clay County Republican, the voice of the Baker clan, began a relentless assault on Tom Howard. Week after week, it printed articles accusing the county clerk of corruption, of abusing his office for personal gain, and of being a political tyrant who ruled through fear. Each article was a public slap in the face, a calculated attack on Howard's honor designed to undermine his authority in the eyes of the people. They painted him as a snake in the very heart of the county government. For a man in his position, in a place like Clay County, these were not mere political jabs. They were accusations that demanded a response. And in a land where a man's reputation was all he had, a response often meant violence. This is where Reverend George D. Baker stepped from the pulpit into the heart of the conflict. He wasn't just a passive supporter of his family's newspaper. His sermons, known for their fiery passion, began to take on a new, sharper edge. He preached about sin and corruption, about the duty of good men to stand against the forces of darkness in their community. While he may not have named Tom Howard from the pulpit, everyone in the pews knew exactly who the serpents and money changers in the temple were. He was giving his clan's political war a divine sanction, transforming a struggle for power into a holy crusade. Tom Howard found himself besieged. His name was being dragged through the mud in print, and now the most respected preacher in the region was calling down hellfire upon him every Sunday. He was being politically and morally isolated. Cornered and enraged, Howard did what feudists do. He pushed back. He began making public threats. On the streets of Manchester, in saloons and storefronts, he made it known that if the lies didn't stop, he would silence the liars himself. And he specifically named Reverend George D. Baker. The seeds of conflict were now fully sown. The battle had moved from the printed page to open verbal threats. The entire town of Manchester could feel the change in the air. The tension was no longer a political disagreement, it was a personal death threat. Two of the most powerful men in Clay County were on a collision course, and everyone was just waiting for the crash. It was no longer a question of if it would happen, but when. Newspapers and official records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the story alive, not on paper, but in memory. In Clay County, there are still folks who hold the oral traditions, the tales passed down over generations that fill in the gaps the official histories leave behind. I found one of them in an old-timer named Silas, a local historian whose family has lived in these hills since before Kentucky was a state. We sat on his front porch, the afternoon sun filtering through the oak trees, and he spoke of the past as if it were yesterday. He listened patiently as I recounted the details I'd found, the newspaper war, the political maneuvering. He just nodded slowly, a wry smile on his face. "That's the official story," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the part they wanted everyone to see. But the old folks in my family, they always said the real trouble, the thing that made it all unavoidable, happened just 3 days before the shooting. It wasn't in any newspaper. According to the story passed down in his family, Tom Howard, pushed to the breaking point by the relentless attacks, finally went looking for the Reverend. He didn't find him in the courthouse or a saloon, but on the street, not far from the Methodist church. He walked right up to Baker, his face a mask of cold fury. And what he said wasn't just a threat, it was an attack on the man's very soul. He didn't yell, Silas told me. He spoke just loud enough for Baker to hear. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard hissed. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers. You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that moment, Tom Howard did more than just insult George Baker. He ripped away the one thing that allowed the preacher to reconcile the two halves of his life. He accused him of being a hypocrite and a coward, invalidating his faith and his honor in a single breath. As Silas finished the story, he looked at me, his eyes clear and steady. "Now you understand," he said. "After that was said, one of them had to die. It was just a matter of who got the first shot. The confrontation, when it finally came, was not a wild brawl in a smoky saloon. It was something far more chilling. Just 3 days before the end, Tom Howard found what he was looking for. He saw the Reverend George Baker walking along the main street, not far from the shadow of his own church steeple. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the usual bustle of Manchester seemed to fade into a low hum as Howard altered his course, his steps deliberate and heavy on the hard-packed dirt. He didn't rush. He didn't shout. He simply moved to block the preacher's path, forcing him to stop. For a moment, the two most powerful enemies in Clay County stood face to face, the space between them crackling with generations of hate. Witnesses would later say that Howard's voice was low, controlled, a venom colder than the November wind. He looked the minister dead in the eye, and the words he spoke were not a challenge to a fight, but a judgment on a man's soul. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard said, the words cutting through the quiet air. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers." He took a slight step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that single devastating moment, Tom Howard had found the one weapon that could pierce George Baker's armor. He didn't just question his honor as a Baker, he publicly condemned his integrity as a man of faith. He declared that the Reverend's entire life, his ministry, his moral authority, was a lie. For a man who had built his identity on those two irreconcilable pillars, clan and cloth, it was an accusation of absolute spiritual bankruptcy. The tightrope he had walked for so long had just been severed. George Baker said nothing. He simply stood there, his face a stone mask. But something in his eyes changed. The fire of the preacher was extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard glint of the feudist. The argument was over. The debates, the sermons, the newspaper articles, they were all meaningless now. Tom Howard had delivered the final, unforgivable insult, and in the unwritten law of bloody clay, such a thing could only be answered one way. Howard turned and walked away, leaving the minister standing alone in the street. But it was too late. The line had been crossed, the words had been spoken, and they could never be taken back. In that quiet, tense exchange, a death sentence had been passed. The only question left was who would be the executioner and who would be the condemned. So I'm standing here now, back on the courthouse square in Manchester. The building you see today isn't the one that stood here in 1899. That was an older, two-story brick building, the kind with tall windows that seem to look down on the town like weary old eyes. That building is gone, lost to time and progress. But the ground is the same. The earth that drank Tom Howard's blood is still right here, paved over, but present. This whole square is a witness mark, right here. This is where it happened. The county clerk's office was in that original courthouse, so Tom Howard would have been walking right across this very path, maybe heading for the street. And based on all accounts, Reverend Baker was approaching from that direction, coming into the heart of town. This patch of ground was their collision point, the inevitable destination for two men who had run out of words. This wasn't an ambush in a dark hollow or a fight in a lawless saloon. This was a confrontation set to happen in the very center of civic life, in the shadow of the law itself. Storekeepers would have been sweeping their porches, farmers negotiating prices, children running errands. They were all about to become the audience for the final bloody act of a drama that had been building for months. They were about to see the moment when the last thread of civility in bloody clay finally snapped. On that fateful November day, the inevitable finally arrived. Reverend George Baker and Tom Howard met on the courthouse square. The exact words spoken between them were lost to the wind and the partisan accounts that followed, but they were surely little more than a final, venomous formality. It was the last spark falling onto a powder keg that had been packed with generations of hatred and a week of unforgivable insults. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. The clatter of wagons, the murmur of conversation, it all seemed to fade away as the two men stood locked in that final, silent challenge. Then, a blur of motion, a hand diving beneath a coat. The sound that shattered the afternoon quiet wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, thunderous crack of pistols echoing between the wooden storefronts. It wasn't the sound of a fight. It was the sound of an ending. Pigeons scattered from the courthouse roof in a frantic grey cloud. A woman on the far side of the square dropped a basket of apples, and they rolled, unheeded, across the dirt. Everything froze. When the smoke cleared, the scene was stark and horrifyingly simple. Tom Howard was on his feet, but only just. He staggered back a step, a look of profound surprise on his face, his hand clutching at his chest. A dark patch began to bloom across his shirt, a terrible flower of violence. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Then, with a finality that silenced the entire town, he collapsed in a heap on the ground. Standing over him, his feet planted firm, was the Methodist minister, George D. Baker. His face was not one of rage or panic, but of grim, unyielding determination. The hand that had baptized children and offered the communion wafer now held a smoking pistol. He had shot and killed the Clay County clerk in broad daylight in the very heart of town, and he made no move to run. The battle was over. In the terrible silence that followed, the only thing left to do was count the cost. After the chaos of the courthouse square, the story moves indoors into the quiet, methodical world of paper and ink. I'm sitting in a county records office, a place where human dramas are boiled down into simple, declarative sentences written in the elegant, spidery script of the past. In my hands, I have a copy of the coroner's inquest for Thomas Howard, dated November 1899. It's a document of brutal efficiency. Under cause of death, the physician wrote just 2 words: pistol shot. 2 words. That's all the official record has to say about the violent end of a man's life. It doesn't mention the generations of animosity, the public insults, or the look of shock on his face as he fell. The paper reduces the entire complex, bloody feud into a simple clinical fact. It strips away the passion, the hatred, and the honor, leaving only the sterile mechanics of the event. This is the first step in the law's attempt to make sense of the unthinkable. Then there's the sheriff's logbook entry for that day. It's just as lean. George D. Baker surrendered himself into my custody this afternoon. States he shot Thomas Howard in self-defense after being threatened. Here it is, the moment the story pivots. The raw, violent act on the street is immediately being framed, packaged into a legal defense. Self-defense. In the world of bloody clay, those two words carried an immense weight, a meaning far deeper than any law book could define. Reading these documents, you realize the official record is a different language. It has no words for the code of the mountains. It cannot record the weight of an insult or the sacred duty to kin. All the raw human emotion that led to the shooting is invisible here. These papers tell you what happened, but they are utterly silent on the why. And it was in that vast, silent space between the facts on the page and the truth of the feud that the fate of Reverend George D. Baker would be decided. There was no manhunt for Reverend Baker. He did not flee into the mountains or attempt to hide among his kin. In a move that demonstrated a deep understanding of the local power dynamics, he walked calmly from the scene of the shooting, his pistol likely still warm, and surrendered himself to the sheriff. He knew the fight had not ended. It had simply moved into a new arena, the courtroom. He was gambling that the same code of honor that led him to pull the trigger would be the very thing that set him free. The trial of the killer preacher was a sensation. It drew crowds from all over the surrounding counties, packing the small Manchester courthouse to the rafters. On one side of the room sat the somber, black-clad family of Tom Howard, their faces etched with grief and a thirst for vengeance. On the other side sat the Bakers and their allies, a formidable wall of support for their preacher and kinsman. The entire Clay County feud was condensed into that one superheated room, the air thick with tension and the unspoken threat of more violence. The prosecution presented a clear, logical case. They argued that this was a premeditated assassination, the culmination of a political and personal vendetta. They had witnesses who saw the confrontation. They had the body of the county clerk as their star exhibit. They argued that a man of God, of all people, should have turned the other cheek. It was a solid case, built on the foundation of state law and Christian morality. But Baker's defense was not built on the law of Kentucky. It was built on the law of the mountains. His lawyers didn't deny he pulled the trigger. Instead, they painted a picture of a good man pushed to the brink. They brought witness after witness to testify about Tom Howard's aggressive nature and the public threats he had made against the Reverend's life. Baker himself took the stand, a commanding and sympathetic figure. He spoke not of politics, but of the primal fear for his life. He claimed that when he met Howard on the square, he saw a man ready to kill him, and in the kill or be killed world they all inhabited, he had no choice but to shoot first. The jury, 12 men from Clay and the surrounding hills, listened intently. They were not just jurors. They were men who lived by the same code. They understood the weight of a public threat, the unforgivable nature of certain insults. They were being asked to judge George Baker not by the cold letter of the law, but by the unwritten rules of survival and honor that governed their own lives. When the time came, the verdict was delivered to a silent, packed courtroom. Not guilty. Reverend George D. Baker had killed a man, and his peers had declared it justice. He walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the family of Tom Howard to wonder if there was any law in Kentucky that could touch a Baker. The final chapter of any feud isn't written in a courthouse ledger or a yellowed newspaper. It's written here, in a quiet mountain cemetery where the only sounds are the wind in the cedar trees and the crunch of your own feet on the gravel path. The stones here are old, tilted by the slow creep of the earth, their inscriptions worn smooth by a century of rain and snow. This is where the passions of bloody Clay came for their final, silent rest. It takes some searching to find Tom Howard. His stone is in a family plot, a solid, respectable granite marker befitting a man of his station. The inscription is fading now, but you can still make out his name and his title, Clay County Clerk. It's a final, silent testament to the power he once held. The stone is weathered, clean, but not meticulously tended. It feels like a monument to a past that is slowly, surely being forgotten. Here lies a man who lost the most important fight of his life, and the quiet dignity of his grave seems to echo that defeat. Then, just over a small rise, on the other side of the cemetery, you find the Baker family plot. And there it is. Reverend George D. Baker's stone is simpler, more humble, marked with a plain cross. It's the grave of a minister, not a warrior. But there's a key difference here. The ground around it is clearer, and a small, faded plastic flower sits at its base, a sign that someone still comes to remember. His legacy, it seems, has lingered in a way that Howard's has not. They lie maybe 200 feet from one another. All the fury, the power struggles, the public condemnations, and the final fatal violence on the courthouse square, it all ends here. They are neighbors now, enemies in life who share the same quiet Kentucky soil in death. But leaving that courthouse a free man was not the end of the story. For the Reverend, for his family, and for the shattered family of the man he killed, acquittal was not the same as peace. A new, long shadow was just beginning to fall. Freedom, in bloody Clay County, was a complicated thing. When Reverend George D. Baker walked out of that courthouse, acquitted and unbowed, he wasn't returning to a life of quiet ministry. He was returning to a war that he had just won a major battle in. The law had exonerated him, but the feud was far from over. The long shadow of the man he killed would follow him, and the entire county, for years to come. The most powerful legend about the killer preacher, the one that still sends a shiver down the spine, is what happened the very next Sunday. He ascended to his pulpit, as he always did. The church was filled to overflowing, a tense mix of his loyal Baker kin and other townsfolk, all watching, waiting to see what the man who had killed another just days before would have to say. He opened his Bible, looked out over the congregation, and his voice boomed with the same fire and conviction as always. He did not preach of mercy or forgiveness. He preached from the Old Testament, a fiery sermon about righteous justice, about smiting one's enemies, about the sacred duty to protect one's own from the forces of evil. He didn't need to name Tom Howard. Every soul in that room knew who the Philistine was in his sermon. He was not asking for forgiveness. He was claiming divine justification. For the Howard family, the acquittal was not an ending, but a declaration of war. The legal system had failed them, siding with their enemy. In their eyes, the verdict was a profound and unforgivable insult, proof that the Bakers owned the law in Clay County. The grief for their fallen leader curdled into a cold, hard resolve. They were now bound by honor to seek their own justice. The feud did not die with Tom Howard. His death became a rallying cry, a martyr's blood that guaranteed the violence would continue for another generation. And so, Clay County did not find peace. The acquittal hardened the battle lines. The Bakers and their allies were emboldened, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. The Howards and their supporters were driven by a fresh, burning sense of grievance. The violence sputtered on, in ambushes on lonely roads and sudden confrontations in town. The long shadow of that courthouse showdown poisoned the community, ensuring that sons would inherit the hatreds of their fathers. Reverend George D. Baker, for his part, continued to preach. He lived for many more years, a respected elder in his clan and a pillar of his church. He died an old man, a living paradox, who never seemed to have been troubled by the two halves of his life. To his flock and his family, he remained a man of God who had been forced to defend himself. He was the shepherd who, to protect his flock, had been forced to kill a wolf. The story of his life, however, would serve as a dark and permanent reminder that in the mountains, the law of God and the law of man could both be bent to the will of the feud. Even today, more than 100 years after the smoke cleared on the courthouse square, the story of the killer preacher is not a settled piece of history in Clay County. It's a living wound. The feud itself may have faded, but its memory has split into two powerful, irreconcilable currents that still flow through the community. The truth, you see, depends entirely on which side of the cemetery you're standing on. If you talk to folks with Baker blood, or those whose families were allied with them, a clear picture emerges. To them, Reverend George D. Baker remains a pillar of strength and conviction. He was a man of God, yes, but he was also a man of his time and place, forced to defend his very life against a corrupt and violent political enemy. In their telling, the acquittal wasn't a miscarriage of justice. It was the will of the community, a righteous verdict for a man who had been pushed too far. He is remembered as a hero, a symbol of the unbreakable bond of family and the courage to stand against tyranny. But if you find someone with a connection to the Howard clan, you will hear a different gospel entirely. They will tell you the story of a cold-blooded hypocrite who hid a killer's heart behind the cloth of the ministry. They'll speak of a political assassination, carefully planned and brutally executed, disguised as a chance street fight. To them, Tom Howard was a duly elected public servant, a husband and a father, murdered for standing up to the Bakers' control of the county. The trial was a sham, the verdict a final bitter insult delivered by a jury of their enemies' friends. In this version, Reverend Baker is no hero. He is the villain, a man who twisted both the law of man and the word of God to get away with murder. So who was he? A righteous man of God or a sanctimonious killer? Was Tom Howard a dangerous aggressor or a public servant trying to do his job? The absolute objective truth of what was in each man's heart on that day is likely buried with them under those worn granite stones. What remains are these two opposing legacies, two powerful stories passed down through generations. The feud is over, but the battle for how it is remembered rages on in the quiet conversations and the long memories of these mountains. When a story is this raw, this soaked in blood and betrayal and impossible choices, it refuses to stay dead and buried in the past. It breaks free from the brittle pages of history books and the sworn testimony of court records. It seeps into the soil of the place where it happened, and over the decades, it grows into something else entirely, a legend. The story of Reverend George D. Baker is no longer just a historical event in Clay County. It's a piece of local folklore. It has become a cautionary tale, the kind a grandfather might tell his grandson to explain the dark complexities of the world. It's a warning that a man's character is never simple, that even a man of God can carry a killer's resolve in his heart. It's the ultimate Appalachian parable, a stark reminder that in these mountains, the bonds of blood can sometimes be stronger than the bonds of faith, and that blood is often thicker than holy water. And like all powerful stories of violence, it left a ghost behind. Some people in Manchester will tell you that on a cold, quiet November evening, if you stand in just the right spot on the courthouse square, you can feel it. A sudden drop in temperature, a cold spot where the air seems heavier, more sorrowful. Others claim to have heard things on the wind, not a voice, but the faint echo of a heated argument, followed by a terrible, profound silence. It is the psychic scar left on the landscape, the final transformation of the killer preacher's story from a human tragedy into a haunting. This is what happens when history bleeds into legend. The sharp edges of fact, the exact words spoken, the precise sequence of events get worn smooth over time. What's left is the dark, unsettling truth at the heart of the tale. That the line between a saint and a sinner, a hero and a murderer, can sometimes be as thin as a trigger pull. So here we are, back where we began, on the courthouse square in Manchester. The place hasn't changed in the last hour of our journey, but our understanding of it has. The echo I spoke of when we started is clearer now. It's no longer a vague feeling in the air. It has a voice. It speaks of honor and insult, of faith and fury, of a man who tried to hold both a Bible and a pistol and found himself forced to choose which one to use. We came here with a simple, shocking question. How does a preacher become a killer? But the story of Reverend George D. Baker and Tom Howard teaches us that the truth is never simple. It's a dark and tangled web of old wounds from a forgotten war, the brutal pride of the clan, and the impossible pressure cooker of a community where the law of the gun often spoke louder than the law of the land. We saw how a verdict of not guilty didn't bring peace, but only guaranteed that the long shadow of violence would stretch into a new generation. And this story, in the end, isn't just about a feud in the Kentucky mountains over a century ago. It's a chilling lesson about the fragility of civilization itself. It shows us how quickly our highest ideals, our faith, our laws, our sense of morality can be swept away by older, deeper currents of blood, honor, and revenge. The story of the killer preacher is a permanent and powerful reminder that the most dangerous ground isn't in some distant, lawless hollow, but in the conflicted heart of a human being. The men who lived and died by that code are gone now. The old courthouse they fought to control is nothing but a memory. But the next time you pass through a small town and see its courthouse square, listen. Listen for the echoes of the stories that ground is holding on to. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. In the autumn of 1806, a stunning proclamation from President Thomas Jefferson sent a shockwave across the young United States. It warned of a conspiracy, a secret expedition of armed men forming on the western rivers with a purpose unfriendly to the peace of the Union. It called for the immediate arrest of the plot's ringleader, a man whose name was known in every household from the drawing rooms of Philadelphia to the log cabins of the frontier, former Vice President Aaron Burr. The news was unthinkable. This was a man who had stood just one heartbeat from the presidency, a hero of the revolution, a founder of the nation. Now he was a fugitive, accused of the ultimate crime, treason. What had happened? What dark ambition could drive a man of such stature to raise a private army in the Appalachian wilderness? Was he a patriot preparing for a secret war against Spain, or a would-be emperor plotting to shatter the fragile American Republic and carve out his own kingdom in the West? Today, we will become detectives of the past, sifting through the forgotten clues of this grand and shadowy plot to finally answer the question, who was the real Aaron Burr? To understand the tragedy that unfolded, you first have to understand the world that was at risk. Not just the lives of a few men, but the very soul of a young nation. In 1805, the United States was less a single unified country and more a fragile alliance between the settled, powerful East and the wild, restless West. The Appalachian Mountains were the great dividing line, and the people who lived in their shadow felt like a nation unto themselves. They were veterans paid in land they had to fight for, Scots-Irish settlers who bowed to no authority but their own, and pioneers who saw the federal government not as a protector, but as a distant collection of politicians who neither understood nor cared about their struggles. Their lifeline, the mighty Mississippi River, was choked off at its mouth by the Spanish, who held New Orleans. To them, the Union felt like a promise broken. At the heart of this volatile frontier, there was a literal paradise, a place that symbolized everything that stood to be lost. On an island in the Ohio River, a wealthy Irish aristocrat named Harmon Blennerhassett had built a dream. Fleeing scandal in Europe, he and his brilliant wife, Margaret, had constructed a stunning white mansion, a beacon of European culture in the American wilderness. It was filled with telescopes, lavish libraries, and fine art. From its portico, one could hear music and scientific debate instead of the cry of the panther. Blennerhassett was a dreamer, a romantic, a man more at home with a chemistry experiment than a rifle. He sought a life of refined intellectual peace, far from the intrigues of the old world. His wife, Margaret, was his equal in every way, a poet, an accomplished horsewoman, and a gracious host who made their island a legendary oasis of hospitality. They had 2 young sons and a fortune they believed was secure. Their world was one of beauty, science, and domestic tranquility, an idyllic existence carved right out of the rugged frontier. They were not the only ones with a stake in the future. All along the river valleys, thousands of families had gambled everything on this new land. They had cleared the forests, fought off disease, and planted their hopes in the rich, dark soil. Their lives were hard, their dreams simple: to own their land, to provide for their children, and to have a say in their own destiny. They were a proud, tough, and deeply dissatisfied people, their hearts filled with a simmering resentment against the East and a burning hunger for the opportunities they believed lay just beyond the horizon. This, then, was the world that existed before the serpent entered the garden. A fragile nation, a perfect island paradise, and a populace of hardy frontiersmen, all vulnerable in their own ways. They were a collection of dreamers, idealists, and fighters, unknowingly waiting for a charismatic leader to ignite their passions and lead them toward a new destiny or toward their own destruction. The crime, in this case, was not discovered with a single gunshot or a body in a ravine. It was discovered in pieces, a slow dawning horror that spread through the Appalachian territories like a fever. The crime scene was the entire Ohio River Valley, and the clues were not stains of blood, but the sounds of hammers and the whispers of restless men. The epicenter of it all was Harmon Blennerhassett's idyllic island. The once peaceful estate had been transformed. The music and philosophical debates were replaced by the ring of blacksmiths' anvils and the thud of axes. Locals paddling past the island in their skiffs saw things that made no sense. A fleet of 15 massive keelboats was being constructed, far more than any group of simple settlers would need. Harmon Blennerhassett, the gentle scholar, had turned the grand halls of his mansion into a workshop, using his fireplaces to kiln dry the wood for the boats. Huge quantities of supplies were being stockpiled: barrels of pork, sacks of flour, and casks of whiskey, enough to sustain an army, not a handful of families heading to a new farm. The most unsettling clues were the men themselves. Young, rootless, and ambitious men from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Kentucky began to gather on the island. They weren't farmers. They carried new rifles and spoke not of planting seasons, but of adventure and glory. When questioned, they were evasive, offering a sly grin and a vague promise of riches to be won in the South. The story changed depending on who was telling it. Some said they were off to settle the Bastrop Tract, a massive land grant in Texas. Others winked and spoke of a secret government mission to fight the Spanish. The scene spoke of a grand conspiracy unfolding in plain sight, yet its true purpose remained maddeningly obscure. Was this an elaborate land speculation, as Burr publicly claimed? Or was it the secret mobilization of a patriot army waiting for the president's signal to march on Spanish territory? Or was it something far darker, the birth of a rebel force preparing to turn its guns on its own country? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that grew louder with every plank nailed into place. At the center of this storm of rumor and preparation stood one man, the obvious and immediate suspect: Aaron Burr. This was not some backwoods rabble-rouser. This was a political giant, a fallen angel of the Republic. By 1805, Burr was a political ghost, a man whose career had been immolated in the fires of scandal. As vice president, he had been sidelined and distrusted by Thomas Jefferson. Then came the final, fatal blow, his duel with Alexander Hamilton. By killing his great rival, Burr had made himself a pariah in the East, a man reviled in the very halls of power he had once commanded. His motive, whispered from the taverns of Pittsburgh to the halls of Congress, was not simple greed, but something far more potent: a burning desire for revenge. This entire Western enterprise was seen as a grand and audacious act of personal vengeance against the nation and the man who had cast him out. Burr felt betrayed by the American political system, and his ambition was to build a new empire in the West, so powerful and glorious that it would dwarf the United States. He would show Jefferson, he would show all of them, what a mistake they had made. To the people in the East, his actions weren't about settling land. They were about settling a score. The initial evidence was Burr himself, and the godlike manner in which he traveled through the wilderness. He journeyed down the Ohio not in a humble canoe, but on a magnificent 60-foot barge, a floating mansion complete with a dining hall and wine cellar. Imagine the spectacle, this vessel of Eastern luxury gliding past the rough log cabins of the frontier. It was a statement of power and intent, the procession of a king, not the humble transport of a pioneer. Whispers followed him everywhere, born of his almost hypnotic personal charm. Witnesses described a man with piercing dark eyes who could hold a room captive with his words. He didn't just ask for support, he seduced men into his vision. He made every farmer, every militia captain, every wealthy planter feel as though they were the single most important person to the success of his grand and secret enterprise. The sheer number of influential men who flocked to his banner was damning evidence in itself. From the moment his grand barge appeared on the river, there was no doubt who the leader was. Every rifle purchased, every boat built, every secret oath sworn in the dead of night pointed directly back to one man, the disgraced Vice President, Aaron Burr. But as grand as Burr's ambition was, he wasn't acting alone. He couldn't be. To seize New Orleans and control the West, he needed more than a few dozen frontiersmen in keelboats. He needed a military man on the inside, a powerful ally who could deliver the U.S. Army itself into his hands. He had such a partner, a man whose position made the entire scheme seem not just possible, but destined for success. General James Wilkinson, the commanding general of the entire United States Army and the governor of the Louisiana Territory. He was Burr's most trusted confidant, his co-conspirator, the sword that would carve out their new empire. And here, my friends, is where the story twists from a simple tale of ambition into a shadowy labyrinth of deceit. For what no one in Burr's inner circle knew, what the frontiersmen flocking to his banner could never have imagined, was that General Wilkinson, the highest-ranking soldier in the United States, was living a lie. For years, he had been a secret agent on the payroll of the Spanish government, known to his handlers only as Agent 13. Wilkinson's loyalty was not to Aaron Burr, nor was it to President Jefferson. His true master was himself, and his motive was a toxic cocktail of greed and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. He was playing the most dangerous game imaginable, promising support to Burr's conspiracy while feeding information to his Spanish masters, all while maintaining his position as America's top general. With this horrifying truth in mind, all of Wilkinson's actions snap into a darker focus. His letters to Burr, filled with encouragement and bold promises of delivering New Orleans, were not the communications of a loyal partner. They were the calculated words of a master manipulator, luring Burr deeper and deeper into the trap. He fanned the flames of Burr's ambition, assuring him that the army was ready, that the Creole population of New Orleans would welcome him as a liberator. Each promise was another thread in the web he was weaving around his supposed friend. His apparent support was pure theater, a performance for an audience of one. Re-examined, every action reeks of a darker truth. Wilkinson was not helping Burr build an empire. He was helping him build a gallows. He waited, letting Burr invest his money, his reputation, and the lives of his followers. He let the conspiracy grow just large enough to be a credible threat, all the while holding an axe over its neck, positioning himself to be the hero who would eventually save the very nation he was helping to endanger. The greatest threat to Aaron Burr wasn't the president in Washington, but the trusted brother-in-arms standing right beside him. But the conspiracy wasn't just a drama between American titans. The Appalachian frontier was not some isolated stage. It was the explosive friction point between competing empires, a grand chessboard where the players were not just ambitious individuals, but entire nations. Beyond the personal vendettas and internal betrayals, there was a third looming force at play, the shadowy hand of foreign powers, particularly Great Britain and Spain. They were the external threat, the silent partners whose interests stood to be served by chaos on the American frontier. Their motives were as cold and impersonal as they were powerful. Great Britain, still stinging from its defeat in the Revolution, saw in Burr's plan a golden opportunity to fracture and weaken its upstart rival. A new, independent Western Republic, hostile to the United States and friendly to the Crown, would be a strategic masterstroke. It would halt American expansion and give Britain effective control over the Mississippi River and the heart of the continent. The British minister in Washington, Anthony Merry, listened with great interest to Burr's proposals, seeing a chance to undo the results of the war. Spain, on the other hand, was a crumbling empire motivated by pure fear. They looked at the aggressive, land-hungry American frontiersmen pouring over the Appalachians and saw an existential threat to their most valuable colonial possession, silver-rich Mexico. For the Spanish, Burr's plot was both a terrifying danger and a potential solution. A successful invasion would be a catastrophe, but a civil war that turned Americans against each other could keep them occupied for decades, protecting the Spanish border through mutual destruction. This foreign meddling created a poisonous paranoia that seeped into every settlement along the river. Who could be trusted? Locals spoke of well-dressed strangers with European accents appearing in frontier taverns, men with heavy coin purses and too many questions. Rumors spread that the incredible sums of money funding Burr's expedition were not coming from his own ruined fortune, but from the coffers of a foreign king. This wasn't just a domestic rebellion anymore. It was an international intrigue, and the hardy folk of Appalachia were being courted, manipulated, and used as pawns in a game whose rules they didn't understand, by forces whose ultimate loyalty was to a distant throne. The initial pursuit of Aaron Burr was not a chase through the mountains, but a maddening hunt through a wilderness of lies. Burr, a master of political intrigue, had constructed a labyrinth of false trails and red herrings so brilliant that it paralyzed his enemies and confused his friends. The investigation, led from a distance by a deeply worried President Jefferson, repeatedly crashed against the wall of Burr's plausible deniability. The most powerful of these false trails was the public and seemingly legitimate one, the settlement of the Bastrop Tract. Burr had purchased a massive disputed land claim on the Ouachita River in what is now Louisiana. To the world, he was simply the leader of a land company, gathering brave pioneers to build a new life in the West. It was the perfect cover. Every boat built, every barrel of flour purchased, every man recruited could be explained away as a necessary preparation for this grand, legal settlement. When local officials came snooping, they were shown land deeds and contracts. Burr would greet them with the disarming charm of a respectable businessman, asking, "Gentlemen, is it now a crime in this republic to seek one's fortune?" The lead would go cold. For those who weren't satisfied by the simple story of a land venture, Burr had a more intoxicating bait, the patriot's cloak. He would take a man like Andrew Jackson aside and in a low, confidential tone hint that this entire expedition was a secret plan, tacitly approved by the administration in Washington. War with Spain was imminent, he'd suggest, and his force of hardy frontiersmen was meant to be the vanguard of the American army, ready to seize Texas or even Mexico the moment hostilities began. This masterstroke of misdirection turned potential accusers into enthusiastic allies. How could you arrest a man who was carrying out the president's secret orders? Back in Washington, Thomas Jefferson was wrestling with shadows. The reports that reached him were a maddening torrent of contradictions. One letter would paint Burr as a traitorous madman, the next as a misunderstood patriot. The vastness of the Appalachian frontier swallowed the truth. Messengers took weeks to travel, and by the time Jefferson could act on a piece of intelligence, the situation on the ground had already changed. He dispatched agents to the Ohio, but they too became lost in the fog of rumor. The investigation was dying a death of 1,000 dead ends. The posse would gather, ready to act on a damning rumor, only to find Burr had already sailed downriver, leaving behind a camp of men who swore they were just simple farmers. Promising leads evaporated in the Appalachian mist. This growing frustration in Washington and the rising confusion on the frontier was exactly what Burr intended. His campaign of misdirection was his greatest weapon, allowing his conspiracy to grow in plain sight, shielded by a brilliant wilderness of lies. President Jefferson's agents quickly discovered they were not just fighting against Aaron Burr, they were fighting against the entire culture of the Appalachian frontier. When they arrived in the bustling river towns and isolated homesteads to ask questions, they were met with a wall of silence, as thick and impenetrable as the mountain laurel. Doors were politely shut in their faces. Men in taverns would suddenly fall quiet, turning to stare into their mugs of ale. Neighbors who saw everything suddenly saw nothing. Those who heard the feverish preparations heard only the wind in the trees. You see, this was not the silence of simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of defiance born from a deep and abiding distrust of the federal government. To these people, the men from Washington were the outsiders, the tax collectors, the agents of Eastern bankers who held their land titles. Aaron Burr, by contrast, was one of them. He was a war hero, a man of action, an enemy of the very Eastern elite they despised. Asking a Kentucky farmer to betray Aaron Burr to a federal agent was like asking him to side with the fox against his own hounds. It went against the grain of his very soul. This silence was also rooted in a shared dream. Burr wasn't just selling a conspiracy, he was selling hope. His vision of a Western empire, of conquering the riches of Mexico, became their vision. Their sons and brothers were the young men signing up for the expedition. Their crops were feeding the recruits, their whiskey filling the barrels on the boats. The entire region was complicit, bound together by a web of kinship, commerce, and a mutual gamble on a glorious future. To speak against Burr was to speak against their own community, against their own aspirations, and against the prospect of a better life that felt, for the first time, within their grasp. The psychological toll on anyone who considered breaking the code was immense. A man who voiced his doubts about Burr at the local store might find himself ostracized, his credit suddenly no good. A ferryman who reported the movement of armed men might find his boat mysteriously cut adrift in the night. There was no need for overt threats. The fear of retribution was a cold, unspoken understanding. In a land where a man's survival depended on his neighbors, isolation was a death sentence. And so, the people saw nothing, heard nothing, and said nothing, creating a perfect, silent incubator where treason could grow in the open air. For months, the conspiracy had been protected by Burr's masterful deceptions and the frontier's code of silence. But the turning point, the clue that finally broke the case wide open, did not come from a dusty attic or a deathbed confession. It came in a sealed dispatch, carried by military courier across hundreds of miles of wilderness, penned by the hand of the conspiracy's most important architect. The clue was a letter, and the man who wrote it was General James Wilkinson. Stationed in Louisiana, far from the prying eyes of the East, Wilkinson played his double game as long as he could. But by the late autumn of 1806, he realized the plot was faltering. The expected money from Britain hadn't arrived, recruitment was slower than hoped, and President Jefferson was growing more suspicious by the day. Wilkinson saw that the ship was sinking, and he decided his best move was not just to jump, but to set the entire vessel on fire and claim the reward for sounding the alarm. He chose a side, and it was his own. The letter that arrived on President Jefferson's desk was a masterpiece of calculated treachery. To save himself, Wilkinson had to portray Burr as the greatest villain the Republic had ever known, and himself as the loyal soldier who had uncovered the plot. He laid out the conspiracy in the most terrifying terms imaginable. He spoke of a plan to seize New Orleans, rob the banks, incite a civil war, and create a Western empire with Burr on the throne. He painted Burr not as a mere adventurer, but as an American Napoleon, a devil whose ambition threatened the very existence of the United States. This letter was the forgotten clue that had been hiding in plain sight all along. The word of a traitor. For Jefferson, it was the moment of horrifying clarity. The fog of rumor was instantly burned away. The contradictory reports, the whispers, the vague warnings, they were all replaced by this one damning account from the highest-ranking general in the army. The labyrinth of lies that Burr had so carefully constructed collapsed in an instant. The letter changed everything. There was no more room for doubt, no more need for cautious investigation. The threat was real, it was imminent, and its full, treasonous scope was finally laid bare. A renewed and terrible urgency seized the capital. The time for waiting was over. The time for action was now. The moment Jefferson broke the seal on that letter, the game was over, and the manhunt was about to begin. With Wilkinson's damning letter in hand, President Thomas Jefferson acted. He issued a presidential proclamation that swept down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers like a flood, a single sheet of paper that tore away the web of lies and unmasked Aaron Burr before the entire nation. The proclamation ordered all civil and military officers to seize the illegal expedition, its boats, its supplies, and its leader. There was no more ambiguity, no more talk of secret government plans or peaceful settlement. The President of the United States had officially branded Aaron Burr a traitor. The news shattered the conspiracy. For the young men gathered on Blennerhassett Island and in camps along the river, the unmasking was a moment of brutal awakening. The dream of Mexican silver and grand adventure evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark reality of treason. They weren't patriots in waiting. They were outlaws, fugitives in their own country. The cause they had pledged their lives to was revealed as a criminal enterprise. And what was the true plot? The one hidden beneath all the layers of deceit. The forgotten clues, the letters between the conspirators, and Wilkinson's own self-serving confession finally revealed the chilling truth. Burr's plan was a masterpiece of flexible ambition. The first step was to lead his army of frontiersmen to New Orleans. He would seize the city, its federal arsenal, and its treasury. From there, his options would open up. If the moment was right, he would persuade the western states, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, to secede from the Union and form a new Western empire with himself as its head. If secession proved difficult, he would use the captured funds and weapons to launch his own private invasion of Spanish Mexico, conquering its silver mines and crowning himself Emperor Aaron I. His motive was a volcanic mixture of personal revenge and grandiose destiny. Scorned by the nation he had helped to build, he sought to create a new one in his own image, a vigorous, martial empire free from the constraints of Jeffersonian democracy. He saw himself not as a traitor, but as a new Napoleon, a man of action destined to forge a continent. But as Burr was unmasked as a traitor to his country, a second, more profound unmasking was taking place in the shadows of history. The man who brought him down, General James Wilkinson, was revealed to be a traitor of a different order. He was a man who betrayed everyone. He betrayed Spain by plotting with Burr. He betrayed Burr by exposing him to Jefferson. And he betrayed the United States by serving as a paid foreign agent while commanding its armies. The Great Burr Conspiracy was not ultimately foiled by loyal patriots. It was cannibalized from within, brought down by the successful treachery of its second-in-command, a man whose only motive was his own survival and profit. This was the final, ugly truth. The plot to create a new empire was destroyed by an even deeper, more personal betrayal. The president's words fell upon the frontier not like rain, but like shards of ice. The proclamation, spreading from rider to rider, shattered the grand conspiracy in 1,000 pieces. On Blennerhassett Island, the heart of the enterprise, the dream died in a single night of chaos. The Virginia militia descended not upon a disciplined military camp, but upon a confused and terrified group of men who now understood they had been betrayed. With Burr and Blennerhassett already downriver, The abandoned recruits, their hopes of glory and riches turned to ash, unleashed their fury on the paradise that had lured them in. Through the eyes of Margaret Blennerhassett, who had been left behind, paradise was lost in a symphony of destruction. She didn't see a battle, she heard the end of a world. She heard the splintering crash of fine cherrywood as elegant furniture was broken apart. The air filled with the sharp, sickening sound of shattering Venetian glass and the reek of whiskey spilled on priceless Persian rugs. She heard the drunken shouts of men she had once fed at her own table, their voices no longer filled with hope, but with a bitter, aimless rage. In the main hall, dark, ragged holes began to appear in the fine linen draperies, the silent witnesses of a dream being shot to pieces. Forced to flee with her children into the freezing December night, her only transport was an open riverboat. As it was pushed out into the icy current, she looked back at her magnificent home, its windows blazing with light, not from a joyous party, but from the fires set within by the rampaging men. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing silence as her home, her dream, and her future were consumed by the darkness. Miles downriver, Aaron Burr himself heard the news of Wilkinson's betrayal and Jefferson's proclamation. The unmasking was absolute. In an instant, his grand design crumbled. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne was now forced into the disguise of a common boatman, hoping to slip through the net that was closing around him. He became a fugitive, his flight a desperate scramble toward the Spanish territory in Florida. The end came not in a blaze of glory on a battlefield, but in a muddy swamp in the backwoods of what is now Alabama. He was not cornered in a heroic last stand. He was simply recognized by his aristocratic bearing and his fine, elegant boots, mired in the filth. The would-be emperor was captured without a single shot being fired. The Grand Western Army was no more. The boats were impounded, the men scattered to the winds, and the beautiful mansion on the island stood silent and ravaged, a monument to a spectacular failure. The conspiracy was over, ending not with a bang, but with the hollow echo of a dream breaking. Aaron Burr was brought to Richmond, Virginia, to stand trial for treason, and what followed was not merely a legal proceeding, but a political war waged in a courtroom. It was a spectacle that gripped the entire nation. In one corner stood President Thomas Jefferson, consumed with a burning, almost personal need to see his old rival hanged. In the other corner sat the judge, the formidable Chief Justice John Marshall, a man who was not only Jefferson's political enemy, but also his cousin. And at the center of it all was Aaron Burr, who, far from being a broken-down prisoner, acted as his own lead counsel, his brilliant legal mind as sharp and dangerous as ever. The atmosphere in Richmond was electric. The city swelled with crowds, a chaotic mix of statesmen, lawyers, frontiersmen who had come to testify, and curious onlookers eager for a glimpse of the great traitor. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the presidency, presented a mountain of evidence detailing Burr's grand ambitions and military preparations. Jefferson himself from Washington attempted to micromanage the case, convinced that the very survival of the Republic depended on a guilty verdict. But Chief Justice Marshall saw the trial through a different lens. He saw the danger not just from Burr's ambition, but from a president willing to bend the law to destroy a political foe. Marshall stood firm on a strict, narrow definition of treason as laid out in the Constitution itself. He instructed the jury that to be guilty of treason, a person must commit an overt act of war against the United States. Simply plotting to do so, gathering men, or speaking of empire was not enough. The prosecution had to prove that Burr's army had actually levied war, which of course it never had. There had been no battle, no shots fired at American troops. The president's fury was immense, but the Chief Justice would not yield. Trapped by this strict constitutional standard, the prosecution's case collapsed. They could prove intent, they could prove conspiracy, but they could not prove an overt act of war. After all the drama, all the testimony, and all the political maneuvering, the jury returned its verdict. Not guilty. Aaron Burr, the man who dreamed of empire and set the entire West ablaze, walked out of the courtroom a free man. The verdict was a stunning legal victory, but a profound moral failure in the eyes of many. Jefferson was enraged, the public was bewildered, and the frontiersmen who had followed Burr were left ruined and betrayed. While legally innocent of treason, Burr was found guilty in the court of public opinion. He was a free man, but his name was forever destroyed, his honor gone. The verdict, a landmark in American law, remains controversial to this day. A verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills about whether justice was truly served, or if the greatest traitor of them all simply got away with it. The storm of the Burr conspiracy had passed, but the wreckage was strewn across a generation. Though acquitted, Aaron Burr was a ruined man. He became a living ghost, a specter of his former self, ostracized from the country he had once helped to lead. He spent years in self-imposed exile in Europe, still scheming, still trying to find a foreign monarch to back his imperial dreams, but he was a man without a country and without credibility. He eventually returned to America and spent his final decades as an obscure lawyer in New York City, haunted by the shadows of what might have been. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne died in relative poverty, his name forever synonymous not with founder, but with traitor. For Harmon and Margaret Blennerhassett, the dream had become a permanent nightmare. Their island paradise was a memory, their mansion a looted shell, their fortune gone. Harmon was arrested and spent months in a Richmond prison before the charges were dropped in the wake of Burr's acquittal. But his freedom was a hollow victory. Hounded by debt and disgrace, the couple wandered for years, from Mississippi to Canada to the Caribbean, trying to rebuild their lives, but they never recovered. Harmon died in poverty, and Margaret's final years were spent petitioning a Congress that had long forgotten her for some compensation for their ruined home. The idyllic life they had built in the wilderness was the first and most tragic casualty of Burr's ambition. But not everyone was destroyed. In Tennessee, Andrew Jackson, the fiery general who had been so taken with Burr, emerged from the scandal not only unscathed, but strengthened. He had been cautious, demanding proof that Burr's plans were sanctioned by the government. When that proof never came, and Wilkinson's betrayal was revealed, Jackson swiftly and publicly distanced himself from the plot, positioning himself as a loyal patriot who had been misled. The affair taught him a valuable lesson in political survival and reinforced his reputation as a shrewd and decisive leader. His brush with Burr's treason did nothing to slow his own meteoric rise to power. And the arch-traitor himself, General James Wilkinson, the man who had betrayed Spain, Burr, and the United States, he was never held to account. Despite a congressional investigation that uncovered his long history as a Spanish spy, he was exonerated, his web of lies and influence proving too thick to penetrate. He retained his command, continued his career, and died years later, the ultimate survivor of the web of lies he himself had spun. His fate was perhaps the story's bitterest lesson, that in the murky world of power, the greatest crimes are sometimes the ones that go unpunished. Even now, more than 2 centuries later, the traces of this grand and failed dream have not vanished from the land. The conspiracy is not just a story in a history book, it is a scar left on the map of Appalachia, a memory etched into the landscape itself. If you travel today to a small island in the Ohio River near Parkersburg, West Virginia, you can step right into the heart of the story. Blennerhassett Island is now a state park. The magnificent Palladian mansion, destroyed by fire and the passage of time, has been meticulously reconstructed, its white columns rising once more from the wilderness. You can walk through its halls and stand on its portico, looking out at the same river that once carried Burr's ambitions, and it is almost impossible not to feel the ghosts of that hopeful, tragic autumn. But the island is not the only place the memory lives on. It lingers in the old stories, in the local folklore of the river valley. For generations after Burr fled, treasure hunters would search the caves and hollows along the Ohio. They were looking for Burr's lost treasure, chests of Spanish silver and gold that legend says he was forced to bury when he became a fugitive. No great treasure was ever found, of course, but the myth itself is a powerful echo of the original promise that lured men to his banner. The dream of unimaginable wealth, a shortcut to a better life, buried just beneath the Appalachian soil. The land itself has not forgotten. The Ohio River, the great artery of the conspiracy, still flows past the same towns, Marietta, Parkersburg, Cincinnati, that once buzzed with whispers of the coming expedition. Standing on its banks today, watching the slow-moving barges, it is easy to imagine the sight of Burr's keelboats filled with armed men slipping past in the pre-dawn mist on their way toward a destiny they could not yet see. The river remembers. It was the silent witness to the entire affair, from the first nail hammered into a boat to the final desperate flight of its leader. And so, the story endures, passed down not in textbooks, but in the heart of the region itself. It has become a part of the Appalachian identity, a cautionary tale about a man of great ambition who tried to harness the restless spirit of the frontier for his own glory. The world might forget the details of the Burr conspiracy, but the mountains, the rivers, and the people who live in their shadow hold on to these memories. They remember the charismatic devil who came down the river, the paradise that was lost, and the grand dream of a Western empire that almost tore the nation apart before it was ever truly whole. And so, we come back to the question that started our journey into the shadows of the past. Was Aaron Burr a misunderstood patriot, or was he a would-be emperor? The truth, as is so often the case in these mountains, is far more complicated. Burr was a mirror. To men like Andrew Jackson, he reflected their own patriotic desire to fight the Spanish. To the dreamer Harmon Blennerhassett, he reflected a vision of an enlightened new society. And to the restless young men of the frontier, he reflected their own hunger for glory and wealth. The terrible genius of Aaron Burr was his ability to be all of these things at once, a man whose true plan was so cloaked in ambiguity that it allowed everyone to see in it the fulfillment of their own deepest desires. But this is a story not just of one man's ambition. It is a timeless lesson on the fragility of a nation. The Burr conspiracy laid bare the deep and dangerous cracks in the foundation of the young American Republic. It showed how easily the souls of a proud and forgotten people can be stirred by a charismatic leader who speaks to their grievances. The resentments of the Appalachian settlers were real, their feeling of abandonment was justified, and their discontent created a powder keg that Burr, for a moment, held the match to. This story serves as a stark and chilling warning that a union is not held together by laws and documents alone, but by a shared sense of purpose and trust. When that trust is broken, when a part of the nation feels its voice is not heard, the door is opened for men like Aaron Burr. It is a tale of how personal vendetta can masquerade as political destiny, and how the dream of a more perfect union can so nearly be shattered by the dream of a private empire. And now, my friends, you know the story of the phantom empire that rose and fell on these western waters, or at least as much of it as the river is willing to give up. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian Hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat, it was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebbels' commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfurt was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebbels' democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebbels' refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfurt was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebbels was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebbels' hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebbels viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebbels' hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebbels refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the capital every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebbels was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebbels was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfurt was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebbels was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebel and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebel the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebel, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebel, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfurt, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of gray and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a Commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the capital. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebbels' allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebbels drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebbels lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the capital in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebbels the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebbels' bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebbels, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebbels did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebbels' death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebbels became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative, a confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfort today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfort Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folktale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he's started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. There are no neutrals in Harlan County. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. These words weren't just a song lyric. In the 1930s, they were a death sentence scrawled on the wall of a company town. The newspapers called it a labor dispute. But in the dark hollows of Kentucky, they knew its real name: war. Today, we're not just looking at history. We're descending into the blood-soaked soil of bloody Harlan to answer a single terrifying question. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? Before the bullets flew, there was the dust. In the 1930s, Harlan County, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, a kingdom carved out of the ancient Appalachian mountains. The ridges and valleys held a wild, breathtaking beauty, where the morning mist clung to the trees like a ghost. But beneath that beauty lay the black heart of the region: coal. The companies that owned that coal owned everything else too. They owned the land, the jobs, and the men who worked them. The life of a Harlan miner was a descent into darkness, both literally and figuratively. Long before the sun crested the mountains, you'd kiss your family goodbye and join a line of silhouettes shuffling toward the mine entrance. You'd spend the next 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours in a cramped, suffocating tunnel where the air you breathed was more coal dust than oxygen. This dust, the black lung, was a patient killer, slowly turning your insides to stone. But the mine had faster ways to claim you. A sudden methane explosion, a collapsing roof beam. Death was your silent partner on every shift. For this grueling, life-threatening labor, you weren't paid in money. You were paid in scrip, company-printed tokens or paper slips that were only good at one place on Earth, the company store. And what a store it was. Prices for flour, beans, and work boots were set so high that by the end of the week, your entire paycheck went right back into the company's pocket. It was a perfect, inescapable cycle of debt, a form of modern-day serfdom. This control was absolute. You lived in a clapboard house owned by the company, and if you couldn't work, you and your family were thrown out onto the dirt road. If you got sick, you saw a company doctor who was paid to get you back into the mine as fast as possible. If you died, you were buried in a cemetery on company land. From the moment you were born to the day you were lowered into the ground, you were little more than an asset on a corporate ledger, an entry in a book owned by faceless barons in New York and Philadelphia. Then came the Great Depression. As the rest of America tightened its belt, the coal companies in Harlan saw a chance to squeeze even harder. They announced another 10% wage cut. For men already on the ragged edge of starvation, this was not just an insult. It was a declaration that their lives had no value at all. The breaking point had been reached. In the darkness of the mines and the quiet of their company shacks, a forbidden word began to be whispered: union. The United Mine Workers of America. It was a dangerous prayer, a name that promised a sliver of hope, a chance to fight back. But everyone in Harlan knew that hope had a price, and in a county run by company guns, that price was measured in blood. The decision to call in the United Mine Workers of America was like lighting a match in a room filled with gas. When union organizers arrived, they were greeted not as outsiders, but as saviors. Secret meetings were held in the woods under the cover of darkness. By flickering lantern light, men whose faces were permanently stained with coal dust signed union cards, their hands trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. For the first time, they felt they weren't just helpless cogs in a machine. They were brothers in a cause. They demanded fair pay, an 8-hour day, and the right to be paid in real American dollars, not company scrip. They went on strike. The coal barons' response was swift and merciless. Their local enforcer was a man named John Henry Blair, the High Sheriff of Harlan County. But J.H. Blair didn't serve the people. He served the coal operators. His salary was padded by the companies, and his deputies were little more than hired thugs, armed bullies recruited specifically for their ruthlessness. They were known by the miners with a simple, chilling name: gun thugs. Their job was to break the strike and break the men who dared to join it. The war began not with a bang, but with the sound of families being thrown from their homes. Any miner who joined the strike was immediately fired and evicted. Their meager possessions, a mattress, a cooking pot, a child's toy, were tossed out into the mud. Their names were put on a blacklist, ensuring they could never work in Harlan again. Soon, tent colonies of starving miners and their families dotted the roadsides, a stark monument to the company's cruelty. The picket lines were met with clubs and fists. The violence escalated systematically. Blair's deputies would roam the mountain roads, ambushing Union men. Organizers were dragged from their cars, beaten senseless, and left for dead. Carloads of strikebreakers were escorted into the mines under the protection of men armed with machine guns. The message was clear. There would be no negotiation. There would only be submission or annihilation. The law wasn't just silent. It was the enemy's primary weapon. But the coal operators and Sheriff Blair had misjudged their opponents. These weren't defeated men. They were the sons and grandsons of Appalachian pioneers, people who had carved a life out of the unforgiving wilderness. Pride and defiance ran in their blood. When they saw their children starving and their friends beaten, their desperation turned to cold, hard resolve. If the company wanted a war is what they would get. The miners retrieved their hunting rifles and shotguns from their homes. The picket lines, once signs of peaceful protest, now bristled with armed men. The air in Harlan County grew heavy and still, charged with the certainty of coming violence. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and a river was about to follow. The day was May 5th, 1931. A fragile quiet hung over the town of Evarts. It was the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but heavy with unspoken threats. Through that quiet drove a convoy of 3 cars, a serpent of black steel moving down the dirt road. Inside were Sheriff Blair's deputies and company mercenaries, their cars loaded with supplies for the strikebreakers. They drove with an arrogant confidence, believing the miners were broken. They were wrong. From the hillsides overlooking the road, from behind the slag heaps and the railway embankment, dozens of eyes watched them come. These were not just angry men, they were hunters in their own territory. As the convoy entered the narrowest part of the pass, the world exploded. It wasn't a disorganized volley, it was a single coordinated crash of gunfire that slammed into the cars from all sides. The afternoon air, moments before filled with the buzz of insects, was now torn apart by the roar of rifles and shotguns. For the men in the cars, the world dissolved into chaos. The first sound was the percussive punch of lead hitting sheet metal, a sound like a hailstorm made of iron. Windshields didn't crack. They disintegrated into a million glittering fragments. Tires exploded with a violent hiss, sending the cars skidding into each other. The deputies, armed with their powerful Thompson submachine guns, tried to fight back, their weapons spitting a desperate, rattling answer into the hills. But they were firing at ghosts. They couldn't see the faces of the men who had them pinned in a perfectly executed trap. The battle was brutally short, lasting only a few minutes. But in that time, the road was turned into a kill zone. The miners' fire was disciplined and withering. They weren't shooting wildly, they were aiming. One car, then another, fell silent. The frantic chattering of the machine guns ceased, replaced by the methodical crack of hunting rifles. It was the sound of a community pushed too far, speaking the only language the company gunmen seemed to understand. When the last shot echoed away, a profound and terrible silence descended. The gun smoke, thick and acrid, drifted over the scene like a shroud. The 3 cars sat motionless on the road, their bodies riddled with dark, ragged holes, their engines hissing steam into the quiet air. They looked less like vehicles and more like steel coffins that had been savaged by a giant beast. The Battle of Evarts was over. In the aftermath, the numbers told the story. 3 of Sheriff Blair's deputies and 1 of the company men lay dead. On the miners' side, 1 man had fallen. The strike had crossed a line from which there was no return. This was no longer a picket line, it was an insurrection. The news flashed across the country, and the state sent in the National Guard, their bayonets and machine guns bringing a tense martial order to the county. The battle was lost, the strike would be crushed. But something new had been forged in that fire. The legend of Bloody Harlan, a place where miners would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. The arrival of the Kentucky National Guard was not a rescue, it was an occupation. A wave of steel and khaki washed over Harlan County, their boots stamping out the last embers of the open strike. They came not to keep the peace, but to enforce the company's peace. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers, the tent colonies were dismantled, and the last of the striking families were scattered. The message from the state was as loud and clear as the volley of rifle fire at Evarts. The rebellion was over. For Sheriff J.H. Blair and his deputies, the presence of the military was a blank check. They were no longer just company thugs. They were the arm of a vengeful law. A brutal manhunt began. Posses of armed deputies fanned out through the hills and hollers, kicking in the doors of miners' shacks in the dead of night. Men were dragged from their beds, accused of murder and insurrection, often with no more evidence than a neighbor's whisper. The jails filled to overflowing with anyone suspected of holding a Union card or standing on that fateful picket line. The men who had actually fought in the battle vanished. They melted back into the mountains they knew so well, becoming ghosts in their own homeland. They slept in caves and abandoned cabins, relying on a secret network of sympathizers who would leave food and supplies in prearranged dead drops. Every snapped twig, every barking dog sent a jolt of fear through them. They were fugitives, hunted in the very forests where they had once hunted for food. The Battle of Evarts marked the beginning of what the miners would call the Decade of Terror. The open war of the strike was replaced by a shadowy, brutal guerrilla conflict. Union organizers who dared to enter the county would be found weeks later, their cars pushed into ravines, their bodies telling a silent story of a final, violent confrontation on a lonely mountain road. Houses of suspected Union men would suddenly explode in the night, a deafening roar of dynamite serving as a warning to everyone else. The night was no longer a time for rest, but a time for listening, for waiting for the sound of an approaching car or a shotgun blast in the darkness. A chilling rumor began to circulate, a story told only in hushed tones. They said the coal operators had created a secret fund, a pool of money used to pay bonuses to Blair and his men for every Union man they eliminated. Was it true? There was never a ledger, never a document to prove it. But as the bodies of organizers piled up, the miners didn't need proof. They believed it with every fiber of their being. In their world, it was not just possible, it was logical. Their lives were worth less than a lump of coal, and now there was a price on their heads. The strike was broken, the picket lines gone. But the fight for Harlan County was not over. It had just gone underground. The Union became a secret faith, a dangerous idea passed between trusted friends in the darkness of the mines. The company had retaken the land, but it had lost the hearts of the people forever. And they had created an army of martyrs whose memory would fuel the fight for years to come. The trials that followed the Battle of Evarts were not a search for truth. They were a performance, a grim theater of the absurd, staged to sanctify the company's power. Imagine the scene: a stuffy Kentucky courtroom in the dead of summer, packed to the rafters. On one side sat the miners who had been captured, men with coal dust still ground into the lines on their hands, their faces etched with a weary defiance. They looked out of place in the polished wood of the witness stand, like creatures of the earth dragged into a cage. On the other side, Sheriff Blair and his surviving deputies, preening in their uniforms, presented as heroes who had faced down a mob of communist agitators. The air was thick with tension and hostility. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the real power here. The coal companies had brought in their best lawyers, slick men from out of state in expensive suits, whose words twisted the miners' desperate fight for survival into a murderous conspiracy against law and order. They painted a picture of anarchy, of armed thugs trying to destroy the very fabric of American enterprise. They called the miners terrorists. The defense was outmatched and outgunned from the start. They tried to tell the real story, the story of starvation wages, of families thrown into the street, of beatings on the picket lines, of a community pushed to the brink by a ruthless corporation and its private army. They argued that the Battle of Evarts wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It was the inevitable explosion after months of pressure and abuse. But their words felt hollow in that room, lost against the well-oiled machine of injustice they were facing. The jury, made up of men who understood the unspoken rules of Harlan County, listened in silence. The defendants themselves reacted in different ways. Some sat in stony silence, their pride a shield against the legalistic lies being spun about them. Others showed flashes of the same fire that had led them to the barricades, their voices rising with anger as they were questioned. But most just seemed tired, worn down by a system that was designed from the ground up to crush them. They knew, as everyone in that courtroom knew, that the verdict had been written long before the trial began. It had been written in company ledgers and sealed with company gold. When the verdict finally came, it was no surprise. 44 miners and 3 of their wives were indicted. 8 men were ultimately convicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder. The sentences were long, years to be spent behind the grey walls of a state penitentiary far from the mountains they had fought for. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, the sound of the state ratifying the company's victory. Sheriff J.H. Blair and his gun thugs, the men who had terrorized the county for months, faced no charges. They walked free. The law had spoken. But was it justice? In the eyes of the state, a crime had been punished. But in the hollows and coal camps of Harlan, the convicted men were not criminals. They were prisoners of war. The law of men had sent them to prison, but the justice of the mountains had already declared them heroes. The trial only proved what the miners knew all along. There were 2 sets of laws in Harlan County, and one was for the rich and the other was for the poor. They drove Florence Reese and her family out of Harlan County. Sheriff Blair's thugs made it impossible for them to stay, hunting her husband Sam like an animal. They lost their home, their community, their piece of the world. But they couldn't silence her. That song, scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of terror and defiance, took on a life of its own. It escaped the confines of Harlan, passed from miner to miner, and was eventually carried out of the mountains by folk singers. It became an anthem for the civil rights movement, for anti-war protesters, for struggling workers all over the globe. The coal barons won the battle for the mines, but a miner's wife won the war for the soul of the struggle. And what of the villain of our story, Sheriff J.H. Blair? He was never held accountable in a court of law for the terror he unleashed. But in 1933, the people of Harlan County delivered their own verdict. When he ran for re-election, they voted him out of office. It was a small victory, a quiet one, but in a place where justice was so rare, it was a victory nonetheless. The community, through the simple act of casting a ballot, finally took back the law he had stolen from them. If you drive through the town of Evarts today, you won't see any grand monuments to the battle. It's a quiet mountain town, like so many others. The road where the convoy was ambushed has long been paved over, but the hills are still there. The railway embankment is still there. If you stand in that spot and shut your eyes, you can almost hear it. The sudden, deafening roar of gunfire that shattered the peace of a May afternoon. The physical traces are faint, but the land itself is a witness. The mountains remember. And the war, it never really ended. The echo of the 1930s came roaring back in the 1970s, when the Brookside mine erupted in another bitter, violent strike. Once again, there were picket lines, company gunmen, and a community fighting for its life. The struggle was so raw and powerful, it was captured in an Oscar-winning documentary, Harlan County, USA. The faces were different, the cars were newer, but the question was exactly the same. The song Florence Reese had written 40 years earlier was sung with the same desperate passion. Which side are you on? So we come back to that terrifying question we asked at the start of our journey. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? The story of Bloody Harlan gives us the answer, and it is not a comforting one. You fight, you bleed, you bury your dead, and you sing a song of defiance so powerful it outlives the men with the guns. The miners of Harlan didn't win their war in 1931. They were beaten, starved, and jailed. But they did not break. They proved that survival is about more than just drawing breath. It's about holding on to your dignity, even if it costs you everything else. This story is not just a chapter in a dusty history book. It is a warning, etched in blood and coal dust. It's a raw look at what happens when corporate greed goes unchecked and when the people sworn to protect citizens instead become their jailers. But more than that, it's a monument to the indomitable spirit of ordinary people pushed to the absolute edge. It's a testament to the simple, unbreakable truth that you can own a man's labor, you can own the house he lives in, but you can never, ever own his soul. The names of the men who fought and died in the Battle of Evarts have mostly faded from memory. The company stores are gone, and many of the mines that once scarred these mountains are now sealed and silent. But the question that Florence Reese scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of pure rage and courage is eternal. It echoes through time, a challenge to every generation, in every struggle for justice. Which side are you on?
Put yourself on the corner of Princeton Avenue. It is a humid morning in August. The year is 1913. The air smells of coal dust and unpaved earth. Usually, the loudest thing you hear in these mountains is the distant whistle of a steam locomotive or the clatter of horses' hooves on the hard-packed clay. But today, the sound is different. It starts as a low growl, a mechanical coughing that vibrates in your chest. Then, a roar. It is a sound that doesn't belong here. It is the sound of the future tearing through the past. Heads turn, men in bowler hats stop mid-sentence, and then, cutting through that mechanical roar, comes a sound everyone knows. The sharp, cracking snap of a revolver. Once, twice. Then a volley that echoes off the brick facades of the new downtown buildings. A black metal shape tears around the corner. It isn't a horse, it is a machine. It moves with a speed that seems unnatural, kicking up a storm of brown dust that blinds the onlookers. Men are hanging off the running boards. In their hands, they aren't holding reins. They are holding cold, blue steel. This didn't happen in Chicago. It didn't happen in New York City. This happened in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. What you just visualized is not a scene from a movie. It is the moment the Wild West died and the era of the gangster was born. Most people think of 1913 as ancient history, a time of sepia photos and stiff collars. But on that August morning, the residents of Bluefield, West Virginia, witnessed a crime so advanced, so militaristic, that local law enforcement didn't even have the vocabulary to describe it. They were looking for bandits on horseback. Instead, they got a paramilitary unit in a high-speed automobile. These men didn't just rob a bank, they declared war on the 20th century. They cut the communication lines to the outside world, they used military-grade diversion tactics, and they drove a getaway vehicle through terrain that most people wouldn't dare cross on a mule. The money they took would be worth millions today. But the money isn't the story. The story is about how a quiet coal town became the stage for one of the most desperate, high-octane chases in American history. A chase that pitted the raw, brute force of the industrial age against the cunning of old-school mountain detectives. So forget the romantic images of outlaws you've seen in westerns. This wasn't romance, this was a collision. And when the dust finally settled on that mountain road, nothing in this town would ever be the same again. To understand why this happened here, you have to scrub away the rust of the last 100 years. You have to look past the empty storefronts and the quiet streets of modern Appalachia. In 1913, Bluefield, West Virginia, was not a sleepy mountain town. It was a supernova. They called it the Magic City. And it wasn't because of magicians or carnival tricks. It was because the city seemed to rise from the wilderness overnight, fueled by the one thing the world needed more than anything else: coal. The Pocahontas coal field lay just beneath the feet of these residents. It was the highest quality coal on Earth. It powered the battleships of the U.S. Navy. It fueled the steel mills of Pittsburgh. It kept the lights on in Manhattan. And all that black rock turned into rivers of green money that flowed right into Bluefield. Imagine walking down Bland Street in 1913. You wouldn't see stereotypical hillbillies in overalls. You would see men in tailored Italian suits trying to keep the mud off their polished leather shoes. You would see grand hotels with crystal chandeliers. You would hear the constant, rhythmic shunting of train cars, thousands of them, carrying the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution. At this specific moment in time, Bluefield had more millionaires per capita than almost any other city in America. Think about that. More than New York. More than San Francisco. It was an island of extreme wealth in a sea of jagged mountains. And where did all those millionaires keep their money? In the banks, specifically the First National Bank of Bluefield. This wasn't a wooden shack with a safe in the back. It was a temple of commerce, thick stone walls, high ceilings, brass teller cages. It was designed to look invincible, a place where a coal baron could drop a bag of gold coins and feel the heavy, reassuring thud on the marble counter. But there was something else inside that bank. Something specific. See, in 1913, credit cards didn't exist. Direct deposit was science fiction. Miners were paid in cash. Scrip was common, yes, but for the big purchases, for the real economy, you needed physical currency. Every week, trains arrived from the Federal Reserve, offloading canvas sacks heavy with silver dollars and crisp banknotes. This cash was destined for the payrolls of tens of thousands of miners working in the hollows surrounding the city. This brings us to a staggering fact. On any given Friday, the vaults in downtown Bluefield often held more liquid cash than the entire state treasury of West Virginia. It was a stockpile, a dragon's hoard sitting there, waiting to be distributed. The bank managers felt safe. They had the mountains as a natural wall. They had the local police. They had the sheer audacity of their own reputation. Who would be crazy enough to rob the bank in a town run by coal operators who practically owned the law? It seemed impossible. It seemed suicide. But wealth has a magnetic pull. It draws in investors, it draws in workers, and if you pile it high enough, it draws in predators. While the bankers were counting their deposits and the coal barons were lighting cigars, a group of men were looking at Bluefield on a map. They didn't see a magic city. They didn't see a miracle of industry. They saw a piggy bank, and they had brought a hammer. When you picture a bank robber from the early 1900s, who do you see? A dusty cowboy with a bandana over his face? A desperate drifter who had too much whiskey and not enough sense? Erase that image. The men who came to Bluefield were not cowboys. They were not desperate. They were something far more dangerous. They were professionals. In the history of American crime, there is a distinct shift that happens right around this time. The old outlaw, the romantic figure riding across the plains, was dying out. He was being replaced by a new breed, the career criminal. These men didn't rob banks because they had a grudge against the sheriff. They robbed banks because it was their job. They clocked in, they did the work, and if everything went right, they clocked out rich. We know they weren't locals. In a town like Bluefield, where everyone knew everyone's grandfather, a local crew would have been recognized before they even walked through the door. These men were ghosts. They slipped into the city unnoticed, likely by train, weeks before the event. Imagine them sitting in a diner across from the bank, drinking coffee, watching. They weren't looking at the scenery. They were counting steps. How many seconds does it take for the guard to turn his back? What time does the teller unlock the front gate? When is the street busiest? When is it empty? This was surveillance. It was data collection. They noticed the rhythms of the city. They saw that the police force, while tough, was reactive. The police waited for trouble to happen. This new breed of criminal relied on the element of surprise to be gone before the reaction could even start. They were cold. They were calculating. And they were heavily armed. We aren't talking about rusty six-shooters found in a barn. They carried high-caliber automatic pistols and sawed-off shotguns, weapons designed for close-quarters combat, weapons designed to clear a room in 2 seconds flat. But their most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun. It was their ambition. Most thieves in 1913 would be happy with a registered drawer full of cash, a few $100s, maybe 1,000. These men were looking at the vault of the First National Bank and doing the math on a score that would equal a lifetime of wages. They knew the risks. They knew that West Virginia justice was often delivered at the end of a rope, not a gavel. But they also knew that the world was changing. The old laws couldn't keep up with the new speed of life. They had the plan, they had the firepower, they had the target, But to pull off the impossible, to rob the richest bank in the mountains and vanish into thin air, they needed an escape vehicle that defied the laws of nature. A horse has limits. It gets tired, it gets spooked, it can be tracked. So, they decided to trust their lives to a machine. To understand how insane this plan was, you have to understand cars in 1913. Today, if you rob a bank, a car is the default choice. It's reliable, it's fast. But in 1913, a car was a temperamental, exploding collection of metal and rubber that hated you. Most people in Bluefield still got around on horses or mules. The roads weren't highways. They were wagon trails, deep ruts carved into the clay, filled with rocks the size of watermelons. When it rained, they turned into swamps. When it was dry, they were dust bowls. Taking a car into the Appalachian Mountains wasn't transportation. It was an extreme sport. Yet, the gang chose this. Why? Speed. Raw, terrifying speed. A good horse can gallop at 30 miles per hour, but only for a short burst. After a few miles, it needs to rest. A 1913 touring car, like a Studebaker or a Ford Model T, could sustain 30, maybe 40 miles per hour indefinitely, as long as the engine didn't overheat and the tires didn't blow. Imagine the vehicle they secured. It was a beast of open-air steel. No seatbelts, no airbags, just a bench seat, a steering wheel the size of a pizza, and an engine that sounded like a tractor fight. The robbers likely modified it. They would strip off any unnecessary weight. Fenders? Gone. Extra seats? Gone. They needed every ounce of horsepower to climb those steep mountain grades. But the real advantage was psychological. Police on horseback were used to chasing other horses. They knew the rhythm of a gallop. They knew how to cut off a rider. But how do you chase a machine that doesn't get tired? How do you catch something that roars uphill faster than your horse can trot? It was a technological, asymmetrical warfare. It would be like a criminal today using a jetpack while the police are stuck in traffic. But there was a catch, a massive one. Cars in 1913 were loud, extremely loud. You couldn't sneak up on anyone. Starting the engine involved hand-cranking a lever on the front, risking a broken wrist if it kicked back. It was a violent, noisy process, so the plan had a fatal flaw. Once that engine started, the clock wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Every person within a 5-block radius would look up. They needed a way to buy time. They needed to make sure that even if the town heard them, even if the town saw them, no one could call for help. They had the muscle, they had the speed. Now, they needed to blind the city. Information travels fast, even in 1913. If the robbers hit the bank and sped off, the bank manager only had to run to the nearest telephone or telegraph office. Within 30 seconds, a message would be tapping out over the copper wires. Robbery in Bluefield, headed south. The sheriff in the next town over, maybe 10 miles away, would get the message before the robbers even got halfway there. He would simply drag a log across the road, gather a posse, and wait with shotguns leveled at the first car that appeared. The robbers knew this. They knew that in a race between a car and a telegram, the telegram wins every single time. So the night before the attack, or perhaps in the early dawn hours, a shadow moved through the outskirts of town. This wasn't the work of a thug. This was the work of a saboteur. They located the main trunk lines. These were thick bundles of wire strung high up on wooden poles, humming with the invisible chatter of the city. These wires were the nervous system of the region. They connected Bluefield to the police, to the railroad dispatchers, to the rest of civilization. Someone climbed that pole. Imagine the friction of wood against leather boots, the slight sway of the pole in the wind, the isolation of being 30 feet in the air in the pre-dawn darkness. He pulled out a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. With one snip of the pliers, Bluefield was cut off from the rest of the world. It sounds simple, but the implication is terrifying. It turned the city into a cage. If things went wrong, if the bank turned into a slaughterhouse, no one was coming to help. The National Guard wouldn't know. The state police wouldn't know. It was a tactic straight out of a military playbook. Divide and conquer, isolate the battlefield. And here's the micro hook. While the residents of Bluefield were waking up, brewing their coffee and reading the morning paper, they didn't realize they were already trapped. The invisible walls had gone up while they slept. The saboteur climbed down. He pocketed the cutters. He vanished back into the shadows to join the others. The trap was set. The car was prepped. The wires were dead. The sun began to climb higher over the mountains. The bank employees arrived, unlocking the heavy front doors, blissfully unaware that they were walking into a scene that had been choreographed for weeks. The robbers checked their weapons one last time. They adjusted their coats. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. It was time to go to work. The First National Bank of Bluefield opens its doors. The lobby smells of floor wax and old paper. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the high windows. It's quiet, a respectful quiet. The only sounds are the scratching of fountain pens and the soft murmur of tellers speaking to customers. Then, the doors open again. 3 men enter. They don't run. Running attracts attention. They walk with purpose. Their footsteps on the marble floor echo a little too loudly. They are wearing long coats, which is strange for a humid August morning. A teller looks up. Maybe he intends to offer a polite greeting. Maybe he just notices that these men are moving in a formation that feels wrong. The leader steps to the center of the room. He doesn't go to the counter. He stops. He looks around. He scans the balcony. He scans the exits. For a split second, time seems to freeze. You know that feeling when the air pressure drops right before a thunderstorm? That's the feeling in the room. The primitive part of the human brain screams that a predator has entered the cave. Then, the coats sweep back. The metal comes out. Hands up. Don't move. The shout shatters the respectful silence. It's guttural, violent. It bounces off the stone walls, making it sound like there are 10 men instead of 3. The reaction is confusion, denial. People don't immediately scream. They freeze. They stare. Is this a joke? Is this a drill? The leader fires a shot into the ceiling. Crack! Plaster dust rains down like snow. Now, the denial is gone. Now, there is only terror. Customers drop to the floor. Tellers back away from their cages, hands trembling in the air. The smell of floor wax is replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder. One robber moves to the door, flipping the sign to closed and pulling the shade. The outside world disappears. Inside, the rules of society have just been suspended. The other 2 move toward the cages. They move with the efficiency of machines. No wasted motion. One covers the crowd, his gun sweeping back and forth like a metronome. The other vaults over the counter. He isn't looking for loose change. He is looking for the head cashier. He knows exactly who holds the keys. Open it, he commands. The cashier, a man who has likely never held a gun in his life, stares down the barrel of a black steel pistol. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He fumbles for the keys on his belt. His fingers feel numb, useless. Open it now, or you're a dead man. The robber's voice is calm. That's the scariest part. He isn't screaming. He is simply stating a fact. The key slides into the lock of the inner gate. The metal tumblers click. They are in. Inside the cage, the world shrinks. It's just the robber, the terrified clerks, and the money. This isn't like the movies where stacks of cash are neatly bundled on a table. This is a working bank. There is loose currency in the drawers. There are bags of silver coins that weigh as much as a bowling ball. There are bonds, certificates, private ledgers. The robber ignores the paper. He ignores the silver. He goes straight for the large canvas sacks. He knows what they look like. He knows the markings of the Federal Reserve. He grabs a sack. It's heavy, satisfyingly heavy. He throws it to his partner, then another, then another. In 1913, the average coal miner made about $2 a day. In seconds, these men are tossing around the equivalent of 10 lifetimes of labor. But outside the cage, the control is slipping. You can't hold a room full of people hostage forever. Fear turns into panic. Panic turns into unpredictability. A woman on the floor starts to sob. A man near the door shifts his weight, thinking about making a run for it. The robber guarding the lobby senses the shift. He racks the slide of his shotgun, a metallic clack-clack that freezes everyone in place. Stay down! He kicks a desk. Papers fly everywhere. He needs to keep them terrified. He needs to keep them paralyzed. Back in the vault, the greedy phase begins. They have the main sacks, but now they start sweeping the drawers. They are stuffing their pockets, their shirts. They are grabbing handfuls of bills. It's sloppy, but it's human nature. When you are standing in a river of gold, you try to drink as much as you can. Time, the lookout shouts. They have been inside for maybe 3 minutes. It feels like 3 hours. But the plan has a strict timeline. Every second they stay is a second the police get closer. Every second increases the chance that someone on the street noticed the close sign at the wrong time. The bagman heaves the loot over his shoulder. He looks like Santa Claus from hell. They begin to back out. They don't turn their backs on the hostages. They move in reverse, guns still trained on the trembling crowd. Nobody moves for 5 minutes, the leader warns. Anyone comes out that door, we shoot the first person we see. It's a bluff. Or maybe it isn't. No one wants to find out. They reach the front door. The leader reaches for the handle. And that is when the silence of the street outside is broken, not by a siren, but by a voice. A pedestrian, maybe a shopkeeper from next door, has walked up to the glass, cupping his hands to peer inside, wondering why the bank is closed on a Tuesday morning. He sees the guns. He sees the masks. His eyes go wide. He turns around and screams at the top of his lungs. Robbery! They're robbing the bank. The element of surprise is gone. The alarm has been raised, and the robbers are still inside. The plan has fractured. The silent exit is impossible. Now, it's a breakout. The leader kicks the door open. The glass shatters. They burst out onto Princeton Avenue, not as ghosts, but as targets. The street is no longer quiet. People are running. Shopkeepers are coming out of their stores. And unlike modern bystanders who might pull out a phone to record, citizens in 1913 West Virginia pulled out weapons. This was coal country. People were armed. A shot rings out from a second-story window, then another from the hardware store across the street. The robbers are taking fire. But they were ready for this. One of the men reaches into his coat. He doesn't pull out a gun. He pulls out a device that looks like an oversized firecracker. He lights the fuse and tosses it into the middle of the street. Boom! It's not dynamite, it's a smoke bomb. A thick, acrid cloud erupts, swallowing the intersection. It's gray, choking, and blinding. The air turns gray, and in that grayness, the bullets start flying. Confusion reigns supreme. The citizens can't see what they are shooting at. They hear shouting. They hear the heavy boots of the robbers sprinting on the pavement. To the car! Get to the car! They are running blind, guided only by memory. The heavy sacks of money are weighing them down, slamming against their backs with every step. Bullets zip through the smoke, snapping against the brick walls, shattering storefront windows. It's a war zone. Through the haze, they see the silhouette of their salvation. The black automobile. The driver is already there. He's been cranking the engine like a madman. The motor catches with a roar, coughing black smoke that mixes with the white diversionary smoke. The robbers dive in. They don't open doors, they vault over the sides. The money bags are thrown into the back seat, piling up like sandbags. Go, go! The driver slams the car into gear. The tires spin on the cobblestones, screeching, smelling of burnt rubber. The car fishtails violently, narrowly missing a horse-drawn delivery wagon. As they peel away, the smoke begins to clear. The sheriff runs out of his office, pistol in hand. He sees the tail end of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. He raises his gun, takes aim, and fires. But it's too late. The bullet buries itself in a wooden telephone pole. The robbers are gone. They have the money. They have the car. But they have made a critical mistake. In the chaos and the smoke, they turned south. They didn't head for the open highway. They headed straight toward the wildest, most rugged terrain in the eastern United States. They thought the mountains would hide them. In reality, the mountains were about to trap them. Have you ever driven a modern car on a gravel road? It vibrates. It's loud. Now imagine doing that in a vehicle with wooden spoke wheels, leaf spring suspension, and tires as thin as a bicycle's. And imagine doing it at 40 miles per hour. The getaway car is screaming. The engine is redlining, a constant deafening roar that drowns out the wind. Inside the car, it is violent. The robbers are bouncing off each other. They are holding onto the sides with white-knuckled grips. Every pothole feels like a bomb going off under the chassis. They are leaving the paved streets of Bluefield behind. Now, they are in the deep country. The road is just a ribbon of dirt carved into the side of a cliff. To the left, a wall of rock. To the right, a drop-off into the valley below. There are no guardrails. One wrong turn, one blown tire, and they tumble 500 feet to their deaths. The driver is fighting the wheel. There is no power steering. He has to muscle the car around every hairpin turn, sweat pouring down his face, mixing with the dust and soot. But they are moving. They are putting miles between them and the bank. They pass farmers in wagons who stare in disbelief. A car? Moving that fast? It's like seeing a spaceship. The chickens scatter. The horses rear up in terror as this black demon roars past. The robbers look back. The road behind them is empty. No flashing lights, no sirens, just the settling dust. They start to smile. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a euphoric rush. They did it. They actually did it. They start to laugh. They slap each other on the back. They reach into the bags and pull out handfuls of cash, letting the wind whip a few bills out of the car, an offering to the gods of speed. They think they have outsmarted the law. They think the car makes them invincible. But they are forgetting something. A car needs fuel, a car needs water for the radiator, and a car needs a road. They are driving deeper into a labyrinth. The further south they go, the narrower the roads get, the steeper the hills become. And unbeknownst to them, the telegraph wires they cut back in Bluefield, they were fixed faster than they anticipated. The silence has been broken. While the robbers are celebrating in their mechanical bubble, the invisible net is already being cast. Messages are flying to the towns ahead of them. Look for a black car, heavily armed, shoot on sight. The road ahead isn't empty. It's waiting. Back in Bluefield, the shock is wearing off. The smoke is cleared. The ringing in the ears of the bank tellers is fading. Now comes the anger. The sheriff stands in the middle of the street. He is surrounded by a crowd of furious citizens. Men are running to their homes to grab rifles. This isn't just a crime, it's an insult. Strangers came into their town, threatened their women, stole their money, and drove away laughing. The sheriff knows he can't catch a car on a horse, but he knows something the robbers don't. He knows the geography. He runs to the rail yard. He doesn't need a fast car. He needs a locomotive. Within minutes, a plan is formed. They will load men and horses onto a train and send it down the line to cut off the escape route. It's a brilliant move. The train can move faster than the car on the winding mountain tracks. But the sheriff needs more than just a posse. He needs professionals. He makes a call, not to the state police, not to the FBI, which barely existed yet. He calls a number that every criminal in the coal fields feared. He calls the local office of the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. This is the turning point. If the robbers were just dealing with a local sheriff, they might have gotten away. But by hitting Bluefield, they poked the bear. The Baldwin-Felts agents were not normal police. They were private enforcers. They were the men the coal companies called when miners went on strike. They were the men who tracked down train robbers. They were essentially mercenaries with badges. They were tough, they were ruthless, and they knew these mountains better than anyone on earth. When the call comes in, the agents don't panic. They don't rush. They simply stand up, check their weapons, and grab their hats. They bring out the heavy artillery, high-powered rifles with scopes, maps that show every deer trail and creek bed. The sheriff coordinates with them. They went south toward Graham. They're heading for the state line. The head detective nods. He looks at the map. He traces a line with his finger. They have to cross the gap at Stony Ridge, he says. If we get there first, they're finished. The hunt is on. It is no longer a chase. It is a pincer movement. On one side, the sheriff and the angry citizens. On the other, the cold, professional killers of the Baldwin-Felts Agency. And in the middle, blissfully unaware, 3 men in a car are driving straight into a bottleneck. We need to pause for a second and talk about who is chasing these robbers. Because if you don't understand the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, you don't understand the terror of this situation. In 1913, in West Virginia, the law was flexible. The sheriff was the law, sure, but the Baldwin-Felts agents were the power. Founded by William Baldwin and Thomas Felts right here in Bluefield, this agency was the Appalachian equivalent of the Pinkertons. But where the Pinkertons were famous for protecting presidents and chasing Butch Cassidy, the Baldwin-Felts were famous for one thing: crushing resistance. They were hired by the coal barons to keep order in the camps, and order often meant violence. These men were not fresh-faced cadets. Many were veterans of the range wars. Some were former outlaws themselves who had switched sides. They were marksmen, trackers, men who could sleep in the mud and hunt a man for days without stopping. They didn't carry badges. They carried Winchesters. Imagine being hunted by a group of men who treat a manhunt not as a duty, but as a sport. They knew the terrain intimately. They knew which hollows were dead ends. They knew which creeks were shallow enough to cross. The robbers in the car had technology. They had the speed of the future. But the Baldwin-Felts had the brutality of the past. As the agents fanned out, they used a network of informants. Every station master, every store clerk, every farmer on the party line was eyes and ears for the agency. The car was spotted near Tazewell. then near a fork in the road by the river. The reports were coming in. Black car, 3 men, moving fast. The detectives didn't chase the car from behind. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, they moved to intercept. They calculated the speed. They looked at the road ahead. They realized the car had to slow down. The mountains don't forgive speed forever. Eventually, the road would turn into a goat path. Eventually, the radiator would boil over. The detectives positioned themselves. They set up ambushes at key choke points. They weren't planning to arrest these men. In the eyes of the agency, bank robbers were no different than rabid dogs. You don't reason with them, you put them down. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky. The shadows in the valleys were getting longer. For the robbers, the joyride was about to end. For the detectives, the workday was just beginning. The geography of Appalachia is beautiful. Rolling green hills, misty valleys. But if you are on the run, it is a prison. The robbers are discovering this the hard way. The wide, packed dirt road they started on has disappeared. They are now on a narrow track, barely wide enough for the wheels. The trees are closing in, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out the sun. The car is suffering. The engine is knocking. The radiator is hissing, spitting steam onto the windshield. The driver has to downshift, crawling up steep inclines at 5 miles per hour. The speed advantage is gone. Inside the car, the mood is shifted. The laughter is dead. The silence is heavy. "Where are we?" one of them asks. "Just keep driving," the leader snaps. But he sounds unsure. They pass a landmark, a distinctive rock formation, and 20 minutes later, they pass it again. They are going in circles. The labyrinth has them. Then, the inevitable happens. The road ahead is blocked, not by a police barricade, but by nature. A fallen tree, a washed-out bridge, or maybe just a patch of mud so deep it looks like quicksand. The driver slams on the brakes. The car skids to a halt. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling roughly. The silence of the forest rushes back in. The birds are singing. The wind is rustling the leaves. But underneath those sounds, they hear something else. It's faint at first. The snap of a twig, the scuff of a boot on rock, the distant baying of a hound. They look at each other. They know. "Get out," the leader whispers. "Grab the money." They abandon the machine. The mechanical horse that saved them is now a useless anchor. They grab the heavy canvas sacks. They grab their rifles. They run into the woods. Now they are on foot. They are city men in patent leather shoes trying to navigate a vertical wilderness. They slip on wet leaves. They tear their expensive coats on briars. The money, once their prize, is now a burden. 50 pounds of silver feels like 500 pounds when you are climbing a ridge. They can hear the pursuers getting closer. The Baldwin Felts agents are not running. They are moving methodically. They are closing the net. The robbers reach a clearing. A small farmhouse stands in the distance. Maybe they can steal horses. Maybe they can barricade themselves inside. They make a break for it. But the mountains have eyes. The first shot doesn't sound like a gunshot. In the open air of the mountains, it sounds like a whip crack. Crack! Dirt sprays up near the leader's feet. He dives behind a fallen log. They're here! Suddenly, the tree line erupts. The Baldwin Felts agents have surrounded the clearing. They are firing from cover, their shots precise and rhythmic. The robbers return fire. Their automatic pistols bark rapidly, spitting brass casings into the dead leaves. They are spraying bullets, hoping to keep the heads of the pursuers down. But they are outgunned, and they are outpositioned. One of the robbers tries to flank, moving toward the farmhouse. He makes it 3 steps before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. He spins around, dropping his gun, and falls into the high grass. He screams. It's a raw, animal sound that cuts through the gunfire. The other 2 are pinned down. Splinters of wood fly from the log protecting them. They are trapped. "Surrender!" a voice booms from the trees. "Throw out your weapons and come out with your hands up!" The leader looks at his partner. He looks at the bag of money. He looks at the bleeding man in the grass. He knows there is no prison cell waiting for them. Not really. If they surrender, they might get lynched by the angry mob back in town. If they fight, they die here. He makes a choice. He rises up, firing blindly toward the trees. It's a suicide run. The response is immediate. A volley of fire from 3 different directions. The leader jerks backward as if pulled by an invisible rope. He collapses. The silence returns instantly. The third robber, seeing his partners down, throws his gun away. He raises his hands, trembling violently. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The agents emerge from the trees. They don't run. They walk slowly, weapons still raised. They checked the bodies, they kicked the guns away. The shootout lasted maybe 2 minutes, but for the men involved, it felt like a lifetime. The grass is stained red, the air smells of sulfur and pine. The lead detective walks over to the canvas sack lying in the dirt. He nudges it with his boot. It's heavy. He looks down at the surviving robber. The man is crying, broken, covered in mud. "Game over, son," the detective says. They drag the survivor to his feet. They collect the bodies. They pick up the money. The sun is setting now. The mountains are turning purple and black. The chase is done. The law has won. But as they load the bodies onto a wagon to take them back to town, a strange thought occurs to one of the agents. He looks at the car, abandoned back on the road. He realizes that they didn't just catch 3 thieves. They just ended an era. The procession back to Bluefield was like a Roman triumph. The sheriff, the detectives, the captured survivor, and the bodies of the fallen. When they arrived, the streets were lined with people. The anger from the morning had turned into morbid curiosity. Men held up lanterns to get a look at the bandits. Children peeked from behind their mothers' skirts. They laid the bodies out. It was a grim warning. This is what happens when you come to our town. This is what happens when you cross the Baldwin Felts. The surviving robber was thrown into the county jail. His trial would be swift. In 1913, justice didn't drag on for years. He was sentenced to a long term in the state penitentiary, a place that, at the time, was hardly better than a death sentence. But then came the counting. The bank managers, still shaking, opened the recovered canvas sacks. They stacked the bills. They counted the silver. And here's the twist. The micro hook. When the final tally was done, almost all the money was there, but not all of it. A few $1,000s, a fortune in those days, was missing. Did the robbers hide it in the woods before the shootout? Did it fall out of the car during the chase? Or perhaps did one of the detectives or a member of the posse decide to take a finder's fee before handing over the bags? We will never know. That money is likely still out there, buried in the rot of the forest floor, or spent long ago on a new farm or a gambling debt. The bank reopened the next day. They repaired the glass. They scrubbed the floor. Business went on. The coal kept moving. The trains kept running. But the psychological scar remained. The First National Bank installed new alarms. They hired armed guards. The era of the gentleman's agreement was over. The town realized that their isolation didn't protect them anymore. The automobile had shrunk the world. If a car could bring bandits in, it could bring anything in. The surviving robber eventually faded into obscurity. He became a number in a ledger. But the story of the day the Magic City turned into a battlefield became a legend. It was told on porches and in barbershops for generations. I remember the sound, old men would say. I remember the smoke. It was a victory for the law, but it was also a warning. The future was coming, and it was coming fast. When we look back at the Bluefield Bank robbery of 1913, it's easy to see it just as a crime story, a real-life action movie with guns and cars. But if you squint, you can see something more important. You can see the hinge of history turning. Think about the image of that getaway. A black automobile, smoking and roaring, speeding away from men on horseback. That is the 20th century in a nutshell. The machine was leaving the animal behind. Within a few years, horses would disappear from police work. Sheriffs would trade their Stetsons for patrol caps. The Baldwin Felts Agency would eventually be dissolved, replaced by the FBI and modern state police forces. The wild, unregulated violence of the coal fields would be tamed, or at least hidden behind corporate lawyers and union contracts. Those 3 robbers were pioneers, in a twisted sense. They were the first to realize that technology was a weapon. They just weren't good enough to wield it yet. They were stuck between 2 worlds. They had the tools of the future, the car, the wire cutters, but they had the mindset of the past, hiding in the woods. If they had stayed on the road, if they had known the route better, if they hadn't panicked, they might have gotten away with the perfect crime. But history is written by the winners, and in this case, the winners were the men who knew the land. Today, Bluefield is quieter. The coal boom has faded. The Magic City is a shadow of its former self. The First National Bank building still stands, a silent monument to a gilded age. If you walk down Princeton Avenue now, you'll hear cars passing by every few seconds. You don't even notice them. They are just background noise. But try to imagine that sound for the first time. Try to imagine the terror of that engine roaring when silence was the norm. The world moves on. The scars heal. The money is spent. But stories like this remind us that civilization is fragile. It only takes 3 men and a machine to turn a peaceful morning into chaos. And somewhere in those mountains, maybe under a rock or in the hollow of an old oak tree, there might still be a few silver dollars resting in the dirt, waiting for someone to find them. A small piece of the Wild West that the future forgot to take with it.
They say the age of witch trials in America ended in Salem. But over a century later, in a dark hollow of the Tennessee mountains, one final ember of that medieval fear refused to die. The name whispered on the frontier was Mary Peyton. She wasn't burned at the stake or hanged from a gallows, but what happened to her marks one of the last times an American court would formally hear an accusation of witchcraft. Who was this woman? And what could she have done to make her neighbors, people of the Bible and the long rifle, believe she could sour their milk, sicken their children, and consort with the devil himself? Tonight, we trace the story of a forgotten name to understand how a community's fear can be a more terrible sentence than any judge's verdict. To understand Mary Peyton, you have to understand the soil she grew from. She was born into a world perched on the knife's edge between raw survival and unshakable faith. Her people were likely Scotch-Irish, a famously stubborn and clannish folk who had fled persecution in the old world only to find a different kind of hardship in the new. They brought with them their Presbyterian God, their distrust of authority, and a mind filled with tales of bogles, fetches, and the good folk, beings that Christianity had never fully managed to stamp out. Mary grew up in a log cabin chinked with mud and moss, where the hearth was the center of the universe and the dark woods outside were an endless, living mystery. Life was a brutal teacher. She would have seen siblings taken by fevers before they could walk, watched her parents' faces etched with worry over a failed crop, and learned from infancy that a single bad winter or a sick milk cow could mean the difference between life and death. The world was governed by forces you couldn't see, whether it was the hand of God or something far more ancient and sinister. From a young age, it was clear Mary walked a slightly different path. While other girls were learning the loom, Mary was learning the woods. Her mother, or perhaps a grandmother, was a granny woman, a keeper of the old knowledge. She taught Mary which roots could break a fever, which leaves could soothe a burn, and which mushrooms could kill a man. Mary had a gift for it. She had a quiet way with animals and a knack for finding the rarest herbs, as if the land itself spoke to her. There was a story, told long after, about a time when a neighbor's prized hunting dog was bitten by a copperhead. The dog's leg swelled to twice its size, its breathing grew shallow, and the man had all but given it up for dead. Mary, then just a girl, appeared at the edge of his property with a poultice of crushed plantain and mud. Without a word, she applied it to the wound. The next morning the swelling was down, and within a week the dog was chasing rabbits again. The man was grateful, but he was also unnerved. It just wasn't natural, the way she knew. This event forged the code Mary would live by. She learned that her knowledge was a double-edged sword. It could heal, but it could also create fear. Her code was one of fierce self-reliance and guarded silence. She came to trust the certainty of the seasons more than the fickle nature of people. She understood that in these mountains, a woman who knew too much, who lived too much on her own terms, was a person who invited whispers. And so, she was shaped not just by the hardships of the frontier, but by its deep-seated paranoia. She was a true daughter of Appalachia, resourceful, tough, and intimately connected to the land. But that very connection, the source of her strength and her identity, was the same thing that would one day be used to brand her as an outcast. A vessel for the very evil her neighbors feared was lurking just beyond the firelight. But before the whispers turned to accusations, Mary Peyton had a life. For years, She was a quiet, respected fixture in her small corner of the mountains. In a place with no doctors for 100 miles, Mary was the one you went to when a child's cough turned into a death rattle in the middle of the night, or when a woodsman's axe wound wouldn't stop bleeding. She was, for all intents and purposes, the community's healer, a necessary shadow at the edge of their society. Imagine a young husband, wild-eyed with panic, pounding on her door in the dead of winter. His wife's first child is coming, but it's turned sideways and the labor has gone on for 2 days. The air in their cabin is thick with fear and the scent of blood. Mary would arrive with her leather satchel of dried herbs and roots, a figure of calm in the storm. She wouldn't speak of God or the devil. She'd speak of raspberry leaf tea to ease the pain and the right pressure to apply to the mother's back. Hours later, through her skill alone, the cabin would be filled not with the sounds of mourning, but with the cry of a newborn. Her payment wasn't in coin, but in kind. A sack of meal, a cured ham, a length of homespun cloth, tokens of a desperate gratitude. She asked for little and kept to herself, tending the garden behind her small, well-kept cabin. The place was a world of its own, every inch filled with purpose. Bundles of yarrow, goldenrod, and ginseng hung drying from the rafters, their earthy scent mingling with the constant aroma of wood smoke. Glass jars filled with salves and tinctures lined the shelves. This was the world she had built, a life of quiet competence and solitude after her husband had passed years before. This life, however, was built on a foundation of trust as thin as a winter's first ice. The very people who sought her help in the darkness of the night would sometimes look away when they passed her on the path in the bright light of day. They needed her knowledge, but they did not understand it. It was a power that came not from the preacher's Bible, but from the earth itself, and this made them uneasy. Mary Peyton lived in that fragile space between reverence and fear, a respected healer who was only one failed crop, one sick child, one unexplained misfortune away from being something else entirely. Mary Peyton's greatest strength was also the seed of her undoing. It wasn't pride in the way a rich man feels it, but an unbending, almost defiant self-possession. She trusted the evidence of her own eyes and hands far more than she trusted the pronouncements of preachers or the gossip of her neighbors. In a society held together by conformity and shared belief, Mary's refusal to bend her own knowledge to fit the fears of others was a quiet but constant act of rebellion. She had no patience for foolishness, and she would not pretend otherwise. This flaw was laid bare on a crisp autumn Sunday. A new circuit preacher had arrived in the settlement, a young man with more fire in his sermons than wisdom in his eyes. He spoke of the devil as if he saw him behind every tree, and his God was a God of wrath and judgment. After the service, a man approached the preacher, asking for prayers for his wife, who was wasting away from a lung sickness that left her pale and breathless. The preacher placed a hand on the man's shoulder and declared loudly, for all to hear, that this was a test of faith, and that only fervent prayer could cast out the demon of illness. Just then, Mary Peyton, who had been trading herbs nearby, was asked by another woman if she had a remedy. Mary's gaze was clinical and sad. She knew this sickness. It was consumption, a slow, merciless drowning from within. She looked from the desperate husband to the proud preacher and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but cut through the air like a cold knife. "Prayer may comfort the spirit," she said, her words measured and clear, "but it will not clear the rot from her lungs. God put the healing roots in the earth for us to use. To let a woman die while ignoring his gifts is the true sin." The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The preacher's face flushed with a furious red. In one sentence, Mary had not only dismissed his authority, but had framed his piety as a form of willful, deadly ignorance. She hadn't just offered a different opinion, she had challenged the very foundation of his power in front of the entire community. He saw her not as a healer, but as a rival, a purveyor of an older, darker knowledge that stood in direct opposition to his word. That day, Mary didn't just make an enemy of a powerful man. She showed everyone the crack in her armor. She had demonstrated that she stood apart, governed by her own code, her own wisdom. She would not bow, she would not flatter, and she would not pretend to believe what she knew to be untrue, even for the sake of peace. That stubborn, unwavering honesty in a world fueled by fear was the most dangerous flaw of all. The spark landed in the Miller cabin. Their youngest boy, a child who had been healthy and strong just a month before, was seized by a wasting sickness. A fever burned like a coal behind his eyes, and he grew thinner each day until his skin was like parchment stretched over bone. Desperate, the Millers did as the circuit preacher commanded. They prayed, they fasted, they looked for sin in their own hearts. But the boy only worsened. Then other things began to happen. Their best milk cow went dry overnight. A batch of bread made from their dwindling flour soured in the oven. Driven half-mad by grief and the preacher's fiery whispers, Thomas Miller finally broke. He didn't come to Mary's cabin asking for a cure. He came looking for a culprit. He found her by the creek bed, gathering river stones, her back to the path. He wasn't alone. His wife stood a few paces behind him, weeping into her apron, and several other neighbors had followed, drawn by the grim set of his jaw. The air grew thick and still. "Mary," he said, his voice a ragged tear in the quiet afternoon, "my boy is dying." Mary turned, her hands full of smooth grey stones. She saw the pain in his eyes, but she also saw the fear and something uglier beneath it. "I am sorry to hear it, Thomas," she replied, her voice even. "Fevers in the young are a terrible thing." This was the moment. This was the affront. Miller didn't hear sympathy. He heard a cold, distant pronouncement. His desperation, stoked by the preacher's paranoia, curdled into accusation. "You can fix it," he choked out, taking a step closer. "You brought back the Jennings dog from a snake bite. You set my own brother's leg when it was shattered. You can stop this. Lift your hex, Mary. In God's name, lift it." The plea was an accusation, a public branding. He was asking her to confess to being the source of his misery. And here, Mary Peyton's unbending nature sealed her fate. She did not try to soothe him. She did not offer a poultice or a comforting word. She saw his fear as an insult to her life's work, a victory for the ignorance she so despised. Her expression hardened. "Your son is sick, Thomas," she stated, her words as cold and hard as the stones in her hand. "He is not cursed, and your fear is a worse sickness than any fever." To the grieving father, her refusal to engage with his terror was not a denial, it was a confirmation. It was the chilling indifference of the guilty. The last thread of his reason snapped. He pointed a trembling finger at her, and his voice rose to a shout that echoed through the holler for all to hear. "Witch! You are a witch!" The word, once spoken, could never be taken back. It hung in the air, a poison that had finally found its victim. The word witch, once spoken aloud, is a poison seed. It landed on the fertile ground of the community's fear and put down immediate thorny roots. The whispers that had once been confined to the shadows now flew in the open air. Doors that had once opened to Mary with pleas for help now slammed shut as she approached. Mothers who had once thanked her for saving their children now pulled them away from the path when she walked by, shielding their eyes as if from a terrible glare. Mary was no longer just a woman who knew things. She was the thing itself, the source of all their bad luck, the face of their deepest anxieties. Jedediah Stone, an old hunter whose own life Mary had saved years ago after a run-in with a wounded bear, was one of the few who dared to speak to her. He found her at dusk, splitting firewood with a grim, rhythmic determination, as if the accusation had changed nothing. "Mary," he began, his voice low and rough, "you're a sensible woman. Too sensible for your own good, maybe. But you need to put an end to this. Go to the Millers. Take them a sassafras tea. Tell them you're praying for the boy. You don't have to mean it. Just say the words. Give their fear something to chew on besides you." Mary stopped, the axe held motionless in her hand. She looked at Jedediah, and he saw not fear in her eyes, but a cold, burning disappointment. "And what would that be, Jedediah, but a lie?" she asked. "Their boy is sick with a wasting fever, not a hex. Their fear is the sickness that's spreading. To give them a charm would be to admit that their foolishness has power. I will not feed the beast that is devouring them." Jedediah shook his head, a deep sadness in his weathered face. "That beast is about to devour you, Mary," he said, before turning and walking away, leaving her alone in the growing twilight. Her refusal left a vacuum, and the circuit preacher was more than willing to fill it. The following Sunday, he stood at his makeshift pulpit and delivered a sermon of fire and brimstone. He never spoke Mary Peyton's name, but he didn't have to. He spoke of a serpent in their midst, a canker of old-world evil that masqueraded as a helping hand. He warned of those who put their faith in roots and leaves instead of the power of the Lord, who used earthly knowledge as a mockery of God's divine will. He was giving the community's fear a holy purpose, turning a personal grudge into a righteous crusade. Any other person might have retreated, stayed inside their cabin, and waited for the storm to pass. But that was not Mary's way. Her defiance became her only response. She continued to walk the paths, her head held high, her gaze direct. She met the fearful stares of her neighbors, not with anger, but with a silent, questioning look that they took for a malediction. She was daring them to believe the lie, and in their terror, they accepted the dare. Each decision she made, born from her unshakable integrity, was another nail in her own coffin. A dead bird, its neck snapped, appeared on her doorstep. Someone etched a crude cross on her cabin door to ward off its inhabitant. The path of compromise, the one Jedediah had offered, was now completely gone. Mary had refused to bow, and so she had forced the community to act. A confrontation was no longer just possible, it was a certainty. They needed a judgment, a final verdict to quell the terror she, in her stubborn silence, seemed to confirm. The law, in those days, often had a human face. It arrived not in a uniform, but in the worn, homespun coat of Justice of the Peace Thompson, a pragmatic man who had seen more trouble stirred by religion than by rum. He didn't believe in witches, but he absolutely believed in mobs. He came to Mary's cabin not as a judge, but as a man trying to put out a fire before it consumed the whole forest. He found her inside, methodically grinding dried willow bark, the air thick with its sharp medicinal scent. He sat at her small, rough-hewn table, a place of healing now at the center of a storm of hate. "Mary," he said, getting straight to the point, his voice lacking the preacher's fire or miller's hysteria. "I've known you for 20 years. You've mended more bones and cured more fevers than any woman in this county. But reason has left these people. They're scared, and the preacher is fanning the flames. Thomas Miller has made a formal accusation. I have to hold a hearing." He leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "But it doesn't have to come to that. There's a wagon train heading west in 2 weeks. I can buy this plot from you myself for a fair price. You could be in Kentucky by summer. Start over where nobody knows this story. This is not an order, Mary. It is an offer, a way out, a road to peace." It was the last, most sensible off-ramp. An exile, yes, but a safe one. A chance to live, to continue her work somewhere the soil wasn't so poisoned with fear. For a long moment, Mary was silent. Her gaze drifted around the small cabin. She saw the bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, each one a memory of a day spent in the sun-dappled woods. She saw the shelves of tinctures, each one a story of a life she had touched. This cabin, this small plot of land, this was not just a place. It was the physical record of her entire existence. To leave it would be to erase herself. To flee would be to sign a confession in the dust of the road behind her. She finally met the justice's gaze, and her eyes, though weary, held no hint of surrender. "And what name would I use in Kentucky, Mr. Thompson?" she asked, her voice quiet but unshakable. "Whatever name I chose, the one they gave me here would follow. I would arrive not as a healer, but as a woman who ran from a charge of witchcraft. Their lie would become my truth." She stood up, her hands stained with the dust of the willow bark. "I have done no wrong. This is my home. I will not be driven from it by the fears of ignorant men. Let them have their hearing." In that moment, she made her choice. She chose her name over her life, her integrity over her safety. She turned away from the last road to peace and set her feet firmly on the path that led directly to her reckoning. The hearing was held not in a courthouse, but in the settlement's largest cabin, which also served as its church. The space was packed shoulder to shoulder, the air hot and suffocating, thick with the smell of unwashed wool, nervous sweat, and the cloying righteousness of the mob. To Mary, sitting alone on a simple stool in the center of the room, it felt less like a place of judgment and more like a cage built of hostile eyes. Justice Thompson sat at a rough-hewn table, his face a mask of grim resignation. But the real judge and jury were the dozens of familiar faces that now stared at her as if she were a complete stranger, a monster that had been living among them undetected. The world seemed to narrow, the buzzing whispers fading into a dull roar in her ears as Thomas Miller stood to speak. He did not shout. His voice was a low, trembling thing, filled with a grief so profound it had become poison. He described his son's wasting sickness, his words painting a vivid, heartbreaking picture. Then he turned, his face a contorted mask of pain and certainty, and pointed a trembling finger at Mary. He spoke of how the boy had screamed her name in his fever dreams. He spoke of the sour milk and the dead dog. Each word was a stone cast not to prove a fact, but to inflict a wound. And with every sentence, Mary could feel the weight of the room's belief settling upon her like a shroud. Then came the others. A woman stood and swore that her butter had refused to churn the morning after Mary had walked past her cow pen. A farmer claimed a shadow in the shape of a great black bird had passed over his field, and the next day a patch of his corn was blighted. One by one, they offered up their misfortunes, their anxieties, their petty bad luck, and laid them at her feet. It was a litany of fear, a ritual of communal exorcism where every coincidence was proof and every suspicion was evidence. Mary listened, and the world outside the cabin walls, the world of cause and effect, of seasons and sickness, seemed to fall away, replaced by this suffocating new reality built entirely of their terror. The circuit preacher rose, his shadow falling long across the room. He did not need to present evidence. His role was to provide the divine narrative. He wove their disparate tales of woe into a single terrifying tapestry of satanic influence. He spoke of the serpent in the garden, the wolf in sheep's clothing. He looked directly at Mary, his eyes burning with a zealot's fire, and declared that God's people had a duty to cast out the instruments of darkness from their midst. It was the final, crushing blow. The argument that had been building for weeks was suddenly, permanently over. He had given them permission to hate and a holy reason to do it. Finally, Justice Thompson turned to her. "Mary Peyton," he said, his voice heavy, "do you have anything to say in response to these accusations?" The entire room held its breath. The silence was a physical thing, pressing in on her. She looked at the faces, the Millers, her neighbors, people she had known her entire life. She saw no room for reason, no crack in their certainty where the truth might take root. What could she say? To deny it was to lie, for how could she deny a thing that existed only in their minds? To explain the science of herbs and fevers would be to speak a foreign language. Her world of knowledge had no place here. So she said almost nothing. "I am a healer," she stated, her voice clear and steady, though it cost her everything she had. "I have harmed no one." Her simple, honest words were utterly useless against the storm of their hysteria. Her calm was seen as cunning, her lack of tears a sign of a hardened, unholy heart. Justice Thompson, bound by the law of the state, could find no credible evidence of a crime. He was forced to dismiss the formal charge, but his verdict was a hollow, meaningless sound. As the hearing concluded, a chilling silence fell. There were no shouts, no threats, just a quiet, absolute change. As Mary walked towards the door, the crowd did not touch her. They simply parted, creating a wide, empty path, as if she were a leper, a ghost, a thing so unclean they could not bear to be near her. The heavy cabin door swung shut behind her, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. And in that moment, Mary Peyton knew her life, as she had known it, was over. The walk from the meeting cabin back to her own was the longest journey of Mary Peyton's life. The path was the same she had walked 1,000 times, but the world had been remade in the last hour. The sun was still warm on her face, the breeze still rustled the leaves, but the air itself felt different, thin and sharp in her lungs. She did not look at the other cabins she passed. She didn't have to. She could feel the flicker of a curtain in a window, the sudden stillness of a child's game in a yard, the weight of unseen eyes pressing on her back. She was no longer a neighbor. She was a haint, a living ghost walking through a town that had already buried her. When she reached her own door, her hand hesitated for a moment on the latch. This small cabin, once her sanctuary and her workshop, now felt like the only solid ground left in the world. She stepped inside, and the scent of drying herbs and wood smoke greeted her like an old friend. But there was no comfort in it now. It smelled of a life that was already over. With a final weary movement, she slid the heavy wooden bolt across the door. The sound, a solid, definitive thud, was the sound of a tomb being sealed. She was not locking the world out. She was locking herself in. There was no storm of weeping, no rage that shook the walls. What settled over Mary was a profound and chilling emptiness. She looked at her hands, the hands that had set bones and delivered babies and eased the final passage of the dying. They were the same hands, but their purpose had been stolen from them. Her knowledge, the intricate map of the natural world she carried in her mind, was now a useless treasure. The people she had served had chosen the comfort of a simple lie over the complexity of a difficult truth. It was a betrayal so deep it felt less like an injury and more like the slow onset of a mortal chill. As dusk bled into a moonless night, Mary sat in her single chair, unmoving, while the shadows in the cabin grew long and deep, consuming the jars of salves and the bundles of herbs until they were just shapes in the darkness. Every creak of the logs, every skittering sound on the roof was now a potential threat. The familiar night sounds of the mountains had become the footsteps of her neighbor's hatred. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured or struck down. Her final stand had been a simple refusal to run. And now, the sentence had begun. It was not death, but a living burial, a condemnation to absolute suffocating loneliness. The road had ended right here, at her own hearth. The tragedy did not end at Mary Peyton's bolted door. It seeped out. A slow poison poured into the community's well. A week after the hearing, the Miller boy died. The fever finally consumed him in the dead of night. But his passing brought no release, no vindication for his parents. Their victory over the witch now tasted like ash in their mouths. They had done the unthinkable, cast out a neighbor, and for what? Their son was still gone. Their cabin became a place of profound, hollow grief, haunted not by a hex, but by the terrible question of whether they had destroyed an innocent woman for nothing. Thomas Miller, once a solid and respected man, became a ghost himself, his eyes vacant, his shoulders stooped under a weight far heavier than sorrow alone. The wreckage spread. As autumn deepened, bringing with it the croup and the lung fevers, the community felt Mary's absence like a missing limb. A farmer's wife, who had spoken at the hearing of souring butter, watched her own daughter struggle for breath with a cough that Mary could have soothed with a simple mullein tea. But who could she ask for help now? The other granny women in the surrounding hollows, hearing the story, grew cautious. Their knowledge, once a source of pride, was now a liability. They offered only the simplest remedies, their hands trembling, terrified that a failed cure would earn them the same brand that had been put on Mary. The social fabric, once woven tight by necessity and shared hardship, began to fray. The men and women who had stood to testify against Mary now looked at each other with a new, guarded suspicion. If a neighbor's bad luck could be blamed on a witch, whose bad luck would be next? And who would be blamed for it? Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, no longer shared his kills with the families who had spoken against Mary. A quiet, bitter line had been drawn through the heart of the settlement. The unity of the mob had shattered, leaving behind only the sharp-edged fragments of distrust and resentment. The community had sought to purge a single, perceived evil from its midst. Instead, they had invited a dozen real ones to take its place. They had sacrificed their healer on the altar of their fear. They had traded a woman's life for the illusion of control, only to find themselves more vulnerable than ever. The tragedy was not just Mary Peyton's. It was the deep, self-inflicted wound of a people who, in trying to cast out a shadow, had managed only to extinguish a light. The true hex was not one Mary had cast, but one they had cast upon themselves, and its curse was one of silence, guilt, and a fear that had now truly taken root. In a dusty ledger, under the heading of the year 1802, a brief entry was made by Justice of the Peace Thompson. It likely read something to the effect of, "Accusation of maleficium against Mary Peyton, dismissed for want of evidence." With a dip of his quill and a scratch of ink, the official, written law of the state of Tennessee had spoken. On paper, Mary Peyton was an innocent woman. But that piece of paper was 1,000 miles from the truth that now governed her life. This was the heart of the conflict, the true trial. It was the modern world, with its rules of evidence and its presumption of innocence, clashing directly with the ancient, unwritten code of the mountains. The state's law demanded proof, a witness who saw her cast a spell, tangible evidence of a poison. The mountain code required only a sick child, a curdled pail of milk, and a collective, unshakable fear. The law saw a citizen with rights. The community saw a supernatural threat that had to be contained by any means necessary. The community's reaction to the dismissal was not relief or sober reflection. They saw the verdict as a profound failure of the so-called civilized world to protect them. To them, Justice Thompson wasn't a man of reason. He was a fool, blinded by newfangled laws that didn't understand the real dangers lurking in the shadows of the world. The dismissal didn't exonerate Mary in their eyes. It proved that the devil was a cunning lawyer, able to use the very laws of man to shield his servants from righteous punishment. The circuit preacher seized on this narrative. From his pulpit, he likely spoke of the weakness of earthly courts when faced with a spiritual war. The verdict, he would have argued, was not a reason to welcome Mary back, but a command for the faithful to take up the burden that the law had dropped. They were now God's own jury, and their sentence of shunning was not an act of cruelty, but a holy quarantine, a sacred duty to wall off the source of infection from the rest of the flock. And so, was justice served? By the cold letter of the law, yes. Mary Peyton was not fined, imprisoned, or executed. But in the court of survival and belief, the court that truly mattered in that isolated hollow, she had been found guilty and sentenced to a punishment that the law had no name for. The system had protected her body from the mob, but it was powerless to protect her spirit from their certainty. The verdict, meant to be the final word, was just a whisper lost in the roar of their fear, a perfect, tragic illustration of how true justice can be strangled by the hands of those who believe they are serving it. And what of the men who lit the fuse? What justice did the turning of the years bring to them? The answer, like the rest of this story, is not a simple one. The circuit preacher, the man who gave the community's fear its voice and its holy justification, met no grand downfall. He was a force of nature, a wildfire that sweeps through a dry valley. His work in that hollow was done. By the next spring, he was gone, having moved on to other settlements, other souls to save, carrying his brand of righteous fire with him. He likely never gave Mary Peyton another thought. He left behind a community fractured by his sermon and faced no consequence for it at all. The fate of Thomas Miller was a quieter, more personal form of justice. He had won his battle. The witch had been cast out. But the victory was a hollow, desolate thing. It did not bring his son back. It did not bring him peace. Instead, he became a man haunted not by a curse, but by his own conviction. He had poured all of his grief and rage into the vessel of one woman, and when it was over, he had nothing left. He grew gaunt and silent, a man hollowed out by his own victory. Some neighbors whispered that the real curse was the one he had invited into his own soul, a poison of guilt and doubt that he would carry to his grave. There was no clean resolution, no satisfying final act where the villains received their just deserts. One antagonist simply vanished, an agent of chaos who moved on to his next stage. The other became his own jailer, trapped in a prison of sorrow and regret. It shows a difficult truth. In a tragedy fueled by fear, there are no real winners. The line between accuser and victim blurs until all that is left is the wreckage. The story was never about a single witch. It was about a sickness of the spirit, and it claimed everyone it touched. The winter that followed the hearing was a harsh one, and Mary Peyton's cabin remained a dark, silent island in a sea of snow. No smoke rose from her chimney. No tracks marked the path to her door. When spring finally came and the world thawed, a quiet and terrible curiosity began to grow. It was Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, who finally put his shoulder to her door. The bolt, weakened by damp, gave way with a splintering crack. The silence inside was absolute. Mary was found in her chair, a figure of bone-thin stillness, having quietly wasted away in her self-imposed tomb. She had not starved for lack of food, but for lack of a world to live in. Her legacy had no bloodline to carry it. It was tied instead to the land she had occupied. No one dared to claim her cabin. It was left to the elements, a monument to the community's great and terrible secret. For years it stood as a warning, its roof slowly sagging, its walls surrendering to the relentless embrace of ivy and honeysuckle. Her garden, a living library of cures, went wild, a chaotic riot of potent herbs that no one else had the knowledge to use. The place became well and truly haunted, a spot children dared each other to run past at dusk, a physical reminder of the price of fear. The community did not heal, it scarred over. The name Mary Peyton was almost never spoken aloud again. It became a taboo, a heavy stone of shared guilt and shame dropped into the well of their collective memory. The Miller family, broken by the tragedy, eventually packed their wagon and moved west, seeking a place where they were not known as the people who had cried witch. The silence they left behind was filled not with peace, but with a brittle and anxious piety. When sickness came now, people prayed harder, their faces turned to the heavens because they had cast out their most knowledgeable connection to the earth. The power dynamic in the hollow had shifted permanently. The preacher had moved on, but his legacy of fear remained. The delicate balance between folk wisdom and frontier faith had been shattered. In casting out their healer, they had elevated their fear. They had traded a woman of knowledge for a ghost story. The community was left poorer, more isolated, and more vulnerable, not to the dark arts, but to the simple, brutal realities of a world that Mary Peyton had, in her own quiet way, understood better than any of them. Even today, if you know which overgrown path to take, you can find the place where Mary Peyton's cabin once stood. There is nothing left now but a stone chimney fall, a silent monument half swallowed by the woods. Around it, you can still find plants that have no business growing together, a tangled ghost of her garden, with foxglove and ginseng still pushing up through the weeds. The land itself seems to hold a memory, a quiet that feels older and heavier than the surrounding forest. The real Mary Peyton, the healer with the steady hands and the unbending will, was buried twice. Once in the cold earth, likely in an unmarked grave, and again under the weight of a legend she would never have recognized. Over the generations, her story was sanded down, its complex truths worn away until all that remained was a simple, sharp-edged tool used to frighten children. Old Witch Peyton, they called her. She became the monster who lived in the ruins, the creature who would snatch you if you stayed out after dark. Her tragedy was repurposed into a local ghost story. Her name became a permanent scar on the landscape. The little valley where she lived is still known by some old-timers as Peyton's Hollow. They might not know the full story of the Hearing or the Miller Boy, but they know it's a place to be wary of, a place with a history. The name itself is an echo, a fragment of a warning passed down through time. To speak the name of the Hollow is to unknowingly repeat the final word of her community's judgment. And so, Mary Peyton is gone, but her spirit, the idea of her, still haunts those mountains. She is the ghost of the woman who knew too much, the cautionary tale of what happens when you refuse to bend to the fears of your neighbors. She exists now as a whisper on the wind, a chill that runs down your spine when you pass a place where the woods feel a little too dark. She is a permanent resident of the Appalachian psyche, a timeless reminder of the ancient war between suspicion and knowledge, and of the terrible power of a story to kill a person long after they are dead. So we return to the question that hangs like mist in that forgotten hollow. Was Mary Peyton a witch? The answer, of course, is no. She was a woman of knowledge in a time of fear, a healer whose competence was mistaken for dark power. Her story is not about what she was, but about what her community needed her to be. In the face of random, cruel misfortune, they desperately needed a source, a reason, a face to put on their terror. They needed a witch far more than they needed a healer, and so they transformed one into the other. In the end, this is a story about the true nature of evil. The monster in this ballad was not a woman who dealt in hexes and curses. The monster was a quiet, creeping thing called fear. It was fear that soured the milk, fear that wasted the child, and fear that turned good, God-fearing people into a mob that would condemn a woman to a living death. It's a timeless lesson about how a community, in its desperate search for a demon to fight, can become the very thing it dreads. It shows us how a person's greatest strength, in Mary's case, her unbending integrity, can become the fatal flaw that leads them to ruin. The law gave her a piece of paper that said she was innocent, but her neighbors gave her a sentence of silence that proved to be fatal. Her body lies in an unmarked grave, but her story has become a landmark, a warning that echoes down through the generations. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Mary Peyton, a woman who knew all the secrets of the earth, but who could not find a cure for the sickness in the hearts of men. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the Old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a .56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles. And the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. "By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws." The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man, his dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, But he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape. It left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claim to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British, but a war of Americans against Americans, a violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain, rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law, It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war. And its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors, paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. "My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words. The historians' words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist, for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer. If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door, warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the Scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarlane, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least, the rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarlane, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarlane crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about attacks. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarlane, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut, criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the Revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated. Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarland. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the two poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these two graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, a sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist. But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural. The open, proud tradition of the farmer distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The whiskey rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero. The moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, Western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here to the old towns and back roads of western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version. In these hills, the whiskey rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic, or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States, and the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker's hammer, no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey. It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic. It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains. They say if you walk the old McCoy lands on a cold January night, when the wind moans through the bare sycamores, you can still hear her. A woman's voice, thin and full of sorrow, whispering two names into the darkness. Alifair Calvin. It's the ghost of Sarah McCoy, they say, the living curse of the great feud, a mother forever searching for the children who were murdered right before her eyes. But how does a person become a ghost while they're still breathing? How does a tough, resilient mountain matriarch, the very heart of a family, get broken so completely that her grief itself becomes a local legend? Hers is not a story of bullets and bravado. It's the story of what happens after the guns fall silent, and of a sorrow so deep it haunts the hills to this very day. Today, we separate the woman from the haint and trace the path that led Sarah McCoy into that long, lonely darkness. To understand the woman, you first have to understand the mountains that made her. Sarah Mullins was born in 1829 into a world of sharp ridges and deep, isolated hollows along the Kentucky side of the Tug Fork. This wasn't a land of easy living. It was a place that demanded everything from you: your strength, your sweat, your resilience. The seasons were harsh, the soil was rocky, and the outside world with its formal laws and governments was a distant rumor. Life was governed by a different set of rules: the turning of the seasons, the needs of the family, and the unwritten code of the hills. She was a Mullins before she was a McCoy, and like all mountain families, they lived by a simple, powerful creed: you take care of your own. Sarah's childhood wouldn't have been one of play and schooling. Her education came at her mother's side, learning the hard-won lessons of survival. She learned how to birth a child and how to bury one. She learned which roots could break a fever and which berries were poison. She learned to mend clothes, cure meat, and stretch a handful of cornmeal to feed a hungry family through the dead of winter. It was a life that forged a quiet, unbreakable strength into the very marrow of her bones. There are no documents that tell us of a single, defining moment in her youth. But the life of every mountain girl was filled with them. You can imagine a winter so fierce it threatened to starve the family out, and a young Sarah, not yet a woman, helping her mother keep a dying fire alive. You can picture her nursing a younger sibling through a sickness, learning for the first time that hollow-eyed fear that comes when a loved one's life hangs by a thread. These small, forgotten battles were her forge, tempering her into a woman who could endure hardship without complaint, because complaining was a luxury the mountains never afforded. In 1849, that quiet strength was joined with the formidable pride of Randolph McCoy. Randall, as he was known, was a stubborn, unbending man, quick to see a slight and slow to forgive a debt. When Sarah married him, she wasn't just becoming a wife, she was becoming the bedrock of a new dynasty. Her life's work would now be to build a family, to raise sons and daughters who carried the McCoy name. He was the stone wall facing the world. She was the mortar holding it all together, the quiet force that turned a rough log cabin into a home. Her code was not the code of the gunman or the feudist, not yet. Her code was the ancient, unspoken law of the Appalachian matriarch. It was a law written in the rhythm of a rocking chair, the smell of baking bread, and the fierce, protective glare she'd give anyone who threatened her children. Her honor wasn't tied to land disputes or stolen hogs. It was tied to the well-being of the 13 souls she brought into this world. Her domain was the hearth. Her ambition was a full pantry, and her loyalty was absolute, not to a cause, but to the lives she had created. Before the first shots of the feud echoed in her memory, Sarah McCoy's world was one of simple, profound purpose. Her domain wasn't the courthouse or the battlefield. It was a rough-hewn log cabin on a Kentucky hillside, a home that was overflowing with the noise and chaos of life. While Randall was out wrestling a living from the rocky soil or nursing a grievance with a neighbor, Sarah was the quiet gravity that held their chaotic world in orbit. The cabin wasn't just a shelter, it was her life's work, a testament to her endurance, filled with the smell of wood smoke and stew and the constant hum of her children's lives. And what a life it was. She was the mother of 13. Imagine that. 13 times she went through the trial of childbirth, and 13 times she held a new life in her arms. Her days weren't measured in hours, but in the tasks required to keep that many souls alive and well. It was an endless cycle of mending torn shirts, calming fevers with cool rags, breaking up squabbles between brothers, and singing the youngest ones to sleep. Her hands were never still. They were either kneading dough, churning butter, snapping beans, or gently brushing the hair from a sleeping child's face. She wasn't a woman given to grand pronouncements. Her strength was in her presence. When a child fell and scraped a knee, it was Sarah's lap they sought. When a son came home angry over some dispute, it was her steady gaze that could soothe the heat of his pride. She was the keeper of their stories, the witness to their growth. She saw the stubborn set of Randall's jaw in her son Talbot, and the quiet kindness in her daughter Alifair. She knew their fears, their dreams, and the secret hurts they hid from the world. For 2 decades, that world, while never easy, was whole. The rhythm of their lives was tied to the land. There was the hard work of planting in the spring, the relief of the summer harvest, and the huddling together for warmth and stories in the long, dark winters. This was the world Sarah McCoy had built and fought to protect. It wasn't a kingdom of wealth or power, but it was rich in what mattered most to her, the sight of her family, gathered and safe, under one roof. Her treasure wasn't a plot of land. It was the sound of her children's laughter echoing through the hollow. This was what was at stake. Not honor, not a family name, not the ownership of a stray pig. For Sarah, the escalating tensions with the Hatfields across the river were a terrifying threat to the only thing she held sacred. Every angry word Randall brought home, every dark rumor that drifted over the tug fork, was like a tremor beneath the foundation of her home. She was a mother standing guard over a precious, fragile peace, and she could feel a storm gathering on the horizon that threatened to wash it all away. Every great tragedy is driven by a fatal flaw, a crack in an otherwise strong foundation. For Randall McCoy, it was his unbending pride. For his sons, it was their quick, violent temper. But Sarah's flaw was something far more subtle and heartbreaking. It wasn't a sin, but a virtue taken to a terrible extreme. Her absolute, unconditional love for her family. Her love was so powerful, so all-consuming, that it blinded her to any path that required her to stand against her husband or her sons. She saw her duty not as guiding them, but as enduring with them, no matter the cost. We see this flaw in sharp relief after the tragedy of 1882. The Hatfields had captured 3 of her sons, Talbot, Farmer, and Randolph Jr., and, in an act of brutal frontier justice, tied them to pawpaw trees and executed them. The grief that fell upon Sarah's house was a physical thing, a suffocating shroud. This was the moment where a different kind of woman might have broken. She might have screamed at Randall, "Your pride has already cost me 3 sons. Are you waiting for it to take the rest?" She could have begged him to leave the valley, to sell the land, to save what was left of their family from the fire of his feud. But she didn't. Her love and her grief fused into a kind of hardened, silent resolve. To suggest leaving would have felt like a betrayal of her murdered boy's memory. To question her husband's path would have been to break the sacred code of a mountain wife. And so, she stood by him. While the men spoke of honor and revenge, Sarah's world was one of empty chairs at the dinner table and ghosts in every corner of the cabin. Her loyalty, once the family's greatest source of strength and comfort, now became the quiet engine of its destruction. She would support their fight, even if it led them all to the grave. This unwavering devotion was, for most of her life, her greatest strength. It's what allowed her to raise 13 children in the harshest of conditions. It was the bedrock on which the McCoy family was built. But in the face of a blood feud, that same strength became a profound weakness. It made her a passive participant in her own family's annihilation. She couldn't see that sometimes the most loving act is to say no more. She couldn't imagine a world where her family was separated or their honor was compromised, and that inability to envision a different future trapped them all on the path to ruin. And so, she supported Randall's stubborn refusal to back down. She nursed the anger of her remaining sons and tended to the family's wounds, all while the storm gathered closer. Her flaw was not malice or pride. It was a love so deep it couldn't admit the possibility of defeat or retreat. She was the heart of the family, and she would continue to beat in rhythm with it, even as that rhythm became a death march. Her love had built their home. Now that same love would inadvertently help burn it to the ground. For 5 long years after the Paw Tree executions, the feud had become a war of whispers and shadows. The grief in Sarah's home was a constant, cold presence, but the open bloodshed had ceased. A fragile, unspoken truce held the valley in its grip, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. But in the winter of 1887, the McCoy clan, led by their kinsman and lawyer Perry Cline, made a fateful decision. They decided to fight the Hatfields, not with rifles in the hollers, but with warrants in the courts. This was the spark that would ignite an inferno. Cline, who held a deep personal grudge against the Hatfields, used his influence to have old murder warrants from 1882 reissued in Kentucky. He then deputized a rough, fearless man named Bad Frank Phillips to hunt down the Hatfields responsible for killing Sarah's sons. To the outside world, this was the law taking its course. But in the mountains, this was a profound and unforgivable insult. It was seen as a coward's move, an attempt to use outside authority to settle a family matter. You didn't send a lawman to do a man's work. It was a direct challenge to the sovereignty of the Hatfield clan and their patriarch, Devil Anse. The affront became an invasion when Frank Phillips and his posse crossed the Tug Fork into West Virginia. They were armed, they had the law on their side, and they began to hunt Hatfields on their own soil. They captured several men, and in the process, a Hatfield ally was killed. The news of this invasion, this violation of their territory by a McCoy-led force, reached Devil Anse like a declaration of war. The fragile truce was shattered. The Hatfields' response would not be in a courtroom. It would be swift, total, and merciless. For Sarah, this news was not a victory. It was a death sentence. When she learned that the law was being used as a weapon, a cold dread must have settled deep in her bones. She, more than anyone, knew the nature of the men they were provoking. She had seen their brand of justice firsthand at the base of 3 paw trees. While the men in her family may have felt a surge of righteous power, Sarah would have felt the earth begin to tremble beneath her feet. The point of no return had been crossed. The men had kicked the hornet's nest with the lawyer's boot, and she knew the swarm would be coming for her home. Her immediate visceral reaction wouldn't have been one of anger or pride, but of a mother's paralyzing fear. She would look at her daughter Alifair and her son Calvin, the 2 children who remained with her in that isolated cabin, and see them with new, terrified eyes. They were no longer just her children. They were the targets. Her fatal flaw, that unwavering loyalty, now chained her to this reckless course. She couldn't protest. She could only pray. The men had lit the fuse, and Sarah was left to do nothing but watch it burn closer and closer to her door. For the first time in 5 years, a dangerous kind of hope flickered in the McCoy men. With Frank Phillips and his posse raiding West Virginia, they felt the tide turning. Justice, or at least their version of it, seemed within reach. But the whispers that drifted back across the Tug Fork were as cold and dark as a winter creek. Friends and neighbors, men who knew the Hatfields not as names on a warrant, but as flesh and blood forces of nature, brought warnings to Randall. They spoke in low, urgent tones of men gathering at Devil Anse's command, of the cold fire they'd seen in Jim Vance's eyes. These weren't formal offers of peace. The time for that had long passed. These were the desperate pleas of a community that could feel the ground getting ready to shake. "Take your family and go, Randall," one might have said. "Go to Pikeville, anywhere, just until this blows over. A piece of paper won't stop a bullet." They were warnings born of experience, a deep mountain wisdom that understood that provoking a man like Jim Vance was like cornering a rattlesnake. You might have the right to do it, but you'd be a fool to expect to walk away unharmed. But Randall McCoy, his pride now buttressed by the authority of the law, was deaf to these pleas. To him, leaving would be running. It would be an admission of defeat, a betrayal of the sons already in the ground. "We have the law on our side now," he'd retort, his jaw set like stone. He mistook the warrants in his pocket for a shield, believing the outside world's rules now applied to this ancient, personal war. He and his remaining sons walked with a newfound confidence, blind to the fact that they were marching their families straight towards an open grave. Sarah saw it, though. She saw the truth not in Randall's defiant words, but in the silence that followed them. She saw it in the way neighbors averted their eyes, in the sudden quiet that fell over a room when she entered. She could feel her family being walled off, isolated by her husband's stubborn pride. The warnings the men ignored, she heard as a deafening roar. She knew the Hatfields. She knew what they had done to her boys at the pawpaw trees, and she knew they had done it without the pretext of a legal invasion. What would they do now, with their homes raided and their kinfolk dragged away in irons? Her path of no compromise was one of silent, terrified endurance. Every day that passed was another missed opportunity to flee. Every sunset that painted the winter sky felt like a final act. The cabin, once her sanctuary, began to feel like a trap made of logs and pride. While her husband saw their stand as a matter of honor, Sarah saw only the shrinking circle of safety around her children. The men were too busy listening to the lawyers and the deputies to hear the sound that Sarah heard every night in her sleep, the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow. And so, with every warning ignored, with every chance for escape dismissed, the certainty of a violent end grew. The feud was no longer a simmering conflict. It was a runaway wagon careening downhill, and the McCoy family was tied to the driver's seat. Their isolation was now complete. They were alone in their holler, surrounded by a world that was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The only question left was how terrible the wreckage would be. The final chance for peace didn't come with a white flag or a parley at the river's edge. It came in the dead of night, on New Year's Eve, 1887, inside the four walls of the McCoy cabin. It came not as a negotiation, but as a wife's desperate plea to her husband. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even in the cold air. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire in the hearth and the low moan of the wind outside, a sound that seemed to be whispering a warning. Sarah sat watching the fire, but she wasn't seeing the flames. She was seeing the faces of her sleeping children, Calvin and Alifair, and the image of them was superimposed over the memory of her 3 dead sons. The fear she had been swallowing for weeks finally rose in her throat, too powerful to be contained. She turned to Randall, who sat cleaning a rifle, his face a grim mask in the flickering light. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "Randall, let's leave this place." He stopped his work, the sound of the oiled rag on steel falling silent. He didn't look at her. "Leave? And go where? This is our home, woman." But Sarah pressed on, her words tumbling out in a torrent of a mother's terror. "To Pikeville, just for a while. Let the lawmen do their work. The land will be here when we come back, Randall. The house will be here. But the children, I can't lose any more children." This was her one and only act of defiance, a desperate attempt to place the lives of her family above the honor of their name. For a brief, flickering moment, the iron in Randall McCoy's gaze seemed to soften. He looked over at his son, Calvin, a young man now, asleep by the fire. He looked at his daughter, Alifair, her face peaceful in her dreams. He saw the genuine, heart-stopping fear in his wife's eyes. This was the crossroads. He could choose his family, or he could choose his feud. He could choose life, or he could choose the dirt his ancestors were buried in. The entire weight of the McCoy family's future rested on the next words to leave his mouth. He shook his head, slowly at first, then with a final, terrible certainty. And let them say I ran? Let Jim Vance and his murdering kin tell their children that Randall McCoy was a coward who abandoned his home and the graves of his sons. He stood up, his voice low and hard. No, Sally. We are McCoys. We don't run. With that, the final door slammed shut. He had made his choice. He had chosen pride. Sarah said nothing more. She simply stared into the fire as the last ember of hope died, turning to cold, grey ash. The silence that filled the cabin now was the silence of a tomb waiting for its occupants. It started not with a shout, but with the sound of the world breaking. A splintering crash from the door, and then the night outside the McCoy cabin exploded. The family's dogs, which had been barking frantically, fell suddenly, horribly silent. The air turned to thunder. Flashes of orange light punched through the thin wooden walls, each one a deafening crack that seemed to rip the fabric of the cold January night. For Sarah, the world shrank to the terrified faces of her children, illuminated in strobing, violent bursts of light. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage. Then came a new smell, sharp and hungry. Kerosene. A sudden, whooshing bloom of light appeared at the windows and beneath the doors, painting the inside of the cabin in a ghastly, dancing orange. The dry roof caught with a hungry roar, and the heat became a living thing, a monster breathing down on them, driving them out into the open. Smoke, thick and acrid, filled their lungs, turning every breath into a choking gasp. The home Sarah had built with her own two hands was now a furnace, an altar for a terrible sacrifice. Her son Calvin, now a man, grabbed a rifle, his face a mask of desperate courage. He lunged for the main doorway, a silhouette against the rising flames, trying to give his family a chance to escape out the back. From the darkness came a single sharp report, a sound louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had been Calvin's young life was suddenly, permanently over. He simply crumpled and was gone from the doorway, leaving a void where her son had stood just a heartbeat before. A new sound cut through the chaos, Alifair's scream, raw with terror and grief. "Stop it! Please, stop!" She bolted from the smoke-filled room into the freezing yard, a desperate prayer on her lips, her hands outstretched as if she could physically push back the violence. Outside, in the hellish, flickering firelight, another shot rang out across the holler. The screaming stopped, just like that. In the snow, her daughter's frantic motion ceased, and a terrible, unnatural stillness took its place. Instinct, the purest and most primal force a mother knows, took over. Sarah scrambled out into the freezing air, her world narrowing to the still shape in the yard. She fell to her knees beside Alifair, a mother's wail tearing from her throat, a sound of absolute ruin. A dark shape loomed over her, a man's form silhouetted against her burning home. There was a swift, dark movement in the air above her. Not a sound, not a pain, just a blinding flash of white light behind her eyes. The world tilted on its axis. The roar of the fire and the crackle of gunfire faded to a distant, muffled hum. The cold, soft snow rose up to meet her, and the night, which had been so full of fire and noise, went utterly and completely black. The first thing she felt was the cold. Not the bracing cold of a winter night, but a deep, seeping cold that seemed to be coming from inside her own bones. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a black, silent pit. There was a ringing in her ears, and the ground was wet beneath her cheek. The sharp, bitter smell of wet ash and burnt pine filled the air. For a moment, there was nothing else, just cold, silence, and the smell of ruin. Slowly, she pushed herself up. A crushing weight of pain exploded in her skull, a blinding agony that made the world swim. Her hand went to her head and came away slick and dark, with something that wasn't melted snow. Her eyes focused. Above her, the stars were still glittering, cold and indifferent. But where her home should have been, there was only a jagged black skeleton, its ribs smoldering faintly against the night sky. And then she remembered. Fire. Gunshots. Screaming. Her gaze fell upon a shape in the snow nearby. A dark bundle, unnaturally still. Alifair. The name was a thought, not a sound. Sarah crawled towards her, the pain in her head forgotten, her body moving with a will of its own. The snow beneath her daughter was stained a dark, impossible color. She reached out a trembling hand and touched her child's face. It was as cold as the frozen earth. A great, silent bell had been struck inside her soul, and the ringing had shattered everything. There was no scream, no cry. The sound was trapped somewhere deep inside her, unable to escape. Her eyes lifted toward the charred remains of the doorway. She saw him then. Calvin. What was left of him? The sight did not add to the horror. It simply confirmed it. The world had ended. This was what came after. She was no longer a wife or a mother. She was a witness, a survivor left behind in the graveyard of her own life. There was no triumph, no shock, no regret. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness where a heart had once been. She didn't flee into the mountains. She didn't stand her ground. She simply knelt there in the blood-soaked snow, a frozen statue between her two dead children, staring at the smoldering corpse of her home. Hours later, when the first grey light of dawn threatened the sky, Randall and the others who had escaped crept back out of the woods. They found her there. She looked at them, but her eyes were vacant, seeing something far away, or perhaps nothing at all. Randall had survived the night, but the woman he found in the ashes was not the wife he had left behind. The Sarah McCoy, who had raised 13 children and anchored a family, was gone forever, and in her place was only a ghost. The fire that consumed the McCoy cabin sent shockwaves of a different kind across the mountains. The immediate wreckage wasn't just timber and ash, it was human. Randall McCoy, a man whose pride had forbidden him from leaving his home, was now forced to lead a ragged procession of ghosts away from the Tug Fork. They were homeless, landless, and carrying with them a grief so heavy it was a physical burden. Their destination was Pikeville, a town that offered safety, but also the quiet shame of exile. They were refugees from a war they had helped start, driven from their ancestral land not by an army, but by the hatred of their neighbors. But the most profound piece of wreckage was Sarah herself. They had managed to save her body from the flames, but her spirit had been left behind in the snow with Alifair and Calvin. She was now a walking wound, a constant, silent testament to the horror of that night. For her surviving children, the burden was twofold. They had to mourn the siblings they had lost, while simultaneously caring for a mother who no longer recognized them, who looked through them as if they were made of glass. Every meal they prepared for her, every time they led her gently back indoors from a wandering daze, was a fresh reminder of how much had been stolen from them. They hadn't just lost a home, they had lost the heart of their family. News of the New Year's massacre spread through the hollers, not like a rumor, but like a pestilence. This wasn't another chapter in the feud. This was something different, something darker. Ambushing armed men on a trail was one thing. Executing prisoners by a pawpaw tree was brutal, but it followed a certain grim frontier logic. But setting fire to a family's home in the dead of night and shooting down an unarmed woman and a boy in their own yard, that violated even the most primitive mountain codes. The attack shattered any local sympathy the Hatfields might have had. It transformed them from proud patriarchs defending their territory into a pack of midnight murderers. This singular act of brutality, intended to end the McCoy line for good, instead sealed the Hatfields' own doom. The story of the massacre and of Sarah's tragic state lit a fire under the authorities in Kentucky. The feud was no longer a local squabble. It was now a manhunt, sanctioned and funded by the state. Bad Frank Phillips's posse was no longer just a band of McCoy allies. It was the arm of the law, and its hunt for Jim Vance and the others became a relentless crusade. The fire didn't end the war. It escalated it into a final bloody chapter that would lead to pitched battles, arrests, and ultimately, the gallows. The tragedy, in the end, belonged to everyone. The ashes of the McCoy cabin were the funeral pyre not just for Alifair and Calvin, but for any hope of a peaceful resolution. It left a permanent scar on the community, deepening the lines of hatred and distrust that would poison the valley for another generation. The true wreckage wasn't a burned-out foundation on a Kentucky hillside. It was the countless broken lives, both Hatfield and McCoy, left behind in the wake of a single night of unimaginable violence. The New Year's massacre didn't just burn down a cabin, it set fire to the unwritten rules of the feud. The law didn't just cross the tug fork anymore, it kicked down the door. Frank Phillips and his posse, now acting with the full fury of the Kentucky government behind them, hunted the raiders with a vengeance. Several Hatfields and their allies were captured, bound, and dragged across the river to stand trial in Pikeville. To the state of Kentucky, this was the legitimate capture of fugitive murderers. To West Virginia, it was an armed invasion and a kidnapping. The clash was no longer just between two families, it was between two states. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that. A blood feud born of stolen pigs and mountain pride was now being debated by the highest legal minds in the nation. In a landmark decision, the court sided with Kentucky, ruling that they had the right to prosecute the captured men. It was a stunning moment. For the first time, the formal black-robed law of the outside world had officially superseded the ancient, bloody code of the mountains. The federal government had declared that the tug fork was not a border between two kingdoms, but simply a line on a map that justice could cross at will. The Pikeville courthouse became a theater for this culture clash. On one side stood the machinery of the law, prosecutors in starched collars, law books filled with complex language, and a judge who represented a power far greater than any clan patriarch. On the other side stood the accused, men like Ellison Cottontop Mounts. He was a rough-hewn product of the mountains, a man who lived by a code of loyalty to his kin and whose understanding of justice was likely settled with a fist or a firearm. He sat in the courtroom, a bewildered and defiant figure, as his fate was debated in a language he barely understood. The community was torn in two. For the McCoys and their sympathizers, who packed the Kentucky side of the courtroom, this was divine retribution. They didn't see Cottontop Mounts the man. They saw the embodiment of the Hatfield clan, the face of the evil that had burned down Sarah's home and murdered her children. Every word of the prosecution was a vindication of their suffering. But across the river and among the Hatfield allies, the trial was seen as a sham, a legal lynching. They saw Cottontop not as a criminal, but as a political prisoner, a scapegoat being sacrificed to satisfy a Kentucky vendetta. He was their martyr. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and certain as a Hatfield bullet. Guilty. The sentence was even more final. Death by hanging. The law, which had for so long been a distant and irrelevant concept, had finally bared its teeth. Its judgment was absolute, and it promised a public, orderly, and legal end to a man's life, a stark contrast to the chaotic, passionate violence that had defined the feud for decades. But was it true justice? That's the question that still hangs over the valley. Cottontop Mounts was just a follower, rumored to be simple-minded, a man caught up in the powerful currents of clan loyalty. The masterminds of the raid, Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, had escaped the noose. Vance was already dead, shot by Frank Phillips, and Cap would eventually be pardoned. The law had claimed its pound of flesh, and the hanging of Cotton-Top Mounts officially marked the end of the feud. But for many, it felt less like a resolution and more like a final bitter irony. A war started by powerful men had ended with the execution of one of their weakest soldiers. So, what became of the men who brought hell to Sarah McCoy's doorstep? Did they face a reckoning of their own? The answer, like everything in this story, is a tangled mess of violence, irony, and unsatisfying justice. The fates of the Hatfield leaders show that in the mountains, the ledger of right and wrong is rarely balanced so neatly. Jim Vance, the old wolf of the clan, the man widely believed to have delivered the crippling blow to Sarah's head, met a fittingly violent end. He was hunted relentlessly by Frank Phillips, who pursued him not with a warrant, but with the cold fury of an avenger. In January 1888, just weeks after the massacre, Phillips cornered Vance in the woods. There was no trial, no judge. There was only a final, brutal shootout. Jim Vance, who had lived his life by the gun, died by the gun, his body left in the frozen wilderness. For the McCoys, this was the only kind of justice they could truly understand. But for the others, the law's judgment was far more elusive. Cap Hatfield, Devil Anse's hot-headed son and another leader of the raid, was a ghost to the law. He dodged posses and hid in the mountains until the political winds shifted. Thanks to the bitter jurisdictional disputes between Kentucky and West Virginia, Cap was eventually granted a pardon. He never spent a day in jail for the New Year's raid. In a twist of staggering irony, the man who had acted as judge, jury, and executioner in Sarah's yard went on to become a lawyer and land agent, living a long and prosperous life. He died an old man, a respected member of his community, the blood of that night, a distant, unpunished memory. And what of the patriarch himself, Devil Anse Hatfield? He was the man in whose name it was all done, yet he never faced a single legal consequence for the feud. He outlived Randall McCoy by a decade, transitioning from a feared clan leader to a successful timber baron. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed, became a powerful and influential family in West Virginia politics. On the surface, it seems Devil Anse won. But a strange thing happened in his old age. In 1911, this man who had seemed to fear neither God nor the law waded into the waters of Island Creek and was baptized. The image of the old feudist, his hands now trembling with age, seeking to wash away a lifetime of sin, suggests a man who was, in the end, haunted. He may have escaped man's law, but it seems he was making a final, desperate peace before facing a higher judgment. For the surviving McCoys, life in Pikeville was a long, quiet epilogue written in the ink of grief and exile. Randall, the proud patriarch who had refused to abandon his home, now lived out his days as a ferryman, a humbled and broken man. His children grew up under a long shadow, forever known as the feud McCoys. They couldn't escape the name. It was whispered in the general store, it followed them to school, it clung to them like the smell of wood smoke. Some tried to build new lives, to distance themselves from the bloody history, but the story was a brand on their family name, a legacy of loss they would carry to their own graves. Back in the Tug Fork Valley, a strange and heavy silence descended. The hanging of Cotton-Top Mounts had drawn a formal line under the conflict, and the community, exhausted by years of violence and fear, collectively decided to bury the memory. Neighbors who had once aimed rifles at each other from opposite sides of the river now had to pass on the same dusty roads, trade at the same stores. The only way to survive was to not speak of it. The feud became the great unspeakable trauma, a ghost in the attic that everyone knew was there, but no one dared acknowledge. The healing was not a process of reconciliation, but of willed amnesia, a fragile peace built on a foundation of unspoken horror. The power dynamics of the region had been permanently redrawn. The fall of the McCoys from the Tug Fork was absolute. Their land was gone, their influence shattered, their name reduced to a cautionary tale. But for the Hatfields, the feud had the opposite effect. It cemented their legend and consolidated their power in West Virginia. They transformed their notoriety into political and economic capital. Devil Anse's sons became sheriffs, lawyers, and businessmen. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed by the conflict, had emerged as a formidable Appalachian dynasty, their success built, quite literally, upon the ashes of the McCoy homestead. And in the middle of this silent, shifting landscape was the memory of Sarah. While the men's names became synonymous with the fighting, her story endured as the symbol of its true cost. She was the ghost that haunted the community's silence. The men's legacy was one of pride, violence, and shifting power. Hers was a legacy of pure, inconsolable sorrow. Long after the last shot was fired and the last grave was dug, it was the image of the broken mother, wandering the hills and calling for her lost children, that served as the feud's most chilling and enduring epitaph. If you travel to the Tug Fork Valley today, you can find the place where it all happened. The state has put up a historical marker, a neat metal sign that tries to tame the wildness of the story with dates and official language. But the sign isn't what holds the power of that place. A little farther in, you can still see the foundation stones of the cabin, half buried in the earth. And you can see the old well, its stone ring, a silent, hollow mouth in the ground. To stand there is an eerie experience. The air is heavy with a profound and unsettling quiet, and you can't help but feel you are trespassing on sacred, sorrowful ground. A few miles away, in a small cemetery, you can find their names carved into weathered stone. Randall lies there, and Sarah is beside him. Their graves are simple, unadorned, the final factual statements in a story that has since become a legend. People come from all over the country now, tracing the feud's bloody map from one site to another. They take pictures of the tombstones, treating them like relics of a distant, almost mythical past. But the names etched there, McCoy, Alifair, Calvin, are a stark reminder that these were real people, with real lives that were violently, tragically cut short. The story of Sarah, however, did not get buried in that cemetery. It seeped into the soil and became part of the folklore of the hills. Long after she died, people kept telling the stories. They weren't talking about Crazy Sally anymore. They were talking about a true spirit, a haint bound to the land by the force of her grief. Hunters moving through the woods at dusk would swear they heard a woman's voice carried on the wind, whispering those two names. Travelers would tell of a sudden, bone-deep cold that would settle over them near the old cabin site, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the weather. Her tragedy has been transformed. It's now a key chapter in the American saga of the Hatfields and McCoys, a cautionary tale told to children about the poison of hatred. It has been written into books, acted out on television, and even sung about in mournful mountain ballads. The raw, private agony of one woman has become a public ghost story, a piece of our shared dark heritage. The world remembers the feud as a story of stubborn, violent men, but it is the ghost of Sarah McCoy that gives the legend its soul-chilling power. And so, she endures. Devil Anse, Randall McCoy, Frank Phillips, they are figures of history, their actions debated and analyzed. But Sarah is a figure of pure, human tragedy. She is the mother who lost everything, the woman whose mind was broken by a sorrow too great to bear. The men's spirits may rest in the ground, their battles long over. But her spirit, the spirit of a mother's eternal, inconsolable grief, that is the one that still truly haunts these mountains. So we come back to the question we asked at the beginning. How does a person become a ghost while they are still breathing? The life of Sarah McCoy gives us the terrible answer. She was neither a hero nor a villain in this legendary war. She was the battlefield itself. The men fought over honor, land, and pride, but it was on the terrain of her heart that the true cost was tallied. Her story strips away any romance from the feud and shows us the raw, ugly truth. The deepest wounds aren't made by bullets, but by the memories they leave behind. In the end, this is a story about the terrible math of hatred. It shows that in a conflict fueled by pride, the price is always paid by the innocent. It is a brutal lesson that a mother's love, the most powerful force in the human world, cannot shield her children from the consequences of the foolishness of men. The curse of Sarah McCoy wasn't supernatural. It was the simple, horrifying curse of survival, of being the one left behind to count the graves and remember the screams. The names Hatfield and McCoy are now written in history books, symbols of a uniquely American conflict. But while their war is long over, her sorrow endures. And that, my friends, is the true ballad of the Tug Fork Valley. A story not of the men who fired the guns, but of the mother whose unending grief became the feud's most haunting ghost. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, that spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him, it was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law, he dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, it shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged. And now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, it was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself. Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery, their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gunsmoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force. They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville Massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills.